Well. Had a few life issues and I couldn't get busy like I wanted to yesterday nor today, but nevertheless, here I am. But after watching day one of the Dallas Cowboys free agency, not quite what I was expecting. I mean, when Jerry Jones said that he was going to bust the budget, I'm just going to be honest with you. When you say bust the budget, I'm thinking names like Devin Lloyd. I'm thinking Trey Hendrickson right out the gate. I got some big time thoughts in my head when Jerry says bust the budget. So then we come back on day two, and that's today, of course, and we're still waiting on the bust the budget moves because we've missed out on quite a few of the bust the budget players other than Trey Hendrickson. And so as we begin to talk today, I'm going to talk to you practically today. Has Jerry Jones lived up to his promise yet? Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Man, what is going on, Cowboys Nation? What is going on with our Dallas Cowboys? I'm not telling you that I can't say I'm excited. I can't say I'm mad. Let's talk about it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell, so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are finally live again. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Yeah, it's time to talk facts. This is what we're going to talk about. Day one, White Crosby makes sense to me now. I want to talk about the Nakobe Dean issue. Rashawn Gary, I think his name is. Jalen Thompson. Then I want to go to day two, Trey Hendrickson, and talk about what's next. But this is where we're going to be today. I'm going to sum up some things for us. And again, I'm going to do it very practical. I'm not going to give you all the technical mumbo jumbo and the jargon. I'm talking from a very technical perspective today. We're going to do some deep diving into the psychology, if we can, of the Dallas Cowboys. So that's going to be the show today. Basically, day one, day two. Let's talk about it. Man, let's get this roll call going because I am ready to talk some Cowboys after not being able to do it with y'all for the last 2 days. Yeah, let's get this thing going. Quick roll call. We might have quite a few people today, so we're going to keep the roll call short. Grave Digger, what up? Davion Wallace, good to see you. Queen, what's up, Queen? Cowboys hater, what's going on? Dominique, what's going on? JTX Maid, what up? Mark Davis, what's going on? Doomsday, what's up? Derek Grimsley, what's going on? Good to see you. Crypto Franco, John Henry, Rico Forever, what's going on? Rita Zanquini in this thing. What's going on, Rita Zanquini? What's going on? Marlon Dillard, Dak Owens, what up, Dak Owens? Mills, what's going on? Lord Nova, it is the Big Rombowski. He said, well, we got Steely Williams coming back, baby. We're set. What's up? Jeremy Betts, what's going on? Michael Winston in this thing. What's going on? Dominique Pittman, what's up, Dominique? John Jones, he said, what up, G? I said, it is a New Jack City. What's going on? K Choice, what's up? Stilo in the crib, what's going on? King Yada Secret, what's up? Bump! What up, Bump? From the 903. What's going on, Bump? Babatunde, what up, Babatunde? Lynn from the 903 again, what's going on? What's going on? All right. Kippy! What up, Kippy? Hail Mary. Andy Jones, what's going on? 5 points of the star. Inglewood Trojans, it's the real estate vet. What's up, real estate vet? Rico Forever, what's going on, Rico? Travis Beck, what's up? He said, I'm not going to lie, I like the moves we did make so far. No, we didn't have to bust the budget yet. I do feel like a big one could be coming, though. Yeah, I do, too. And the reason why I think is because of Osa Odigizua. Yeah. Frank Lawrence, what up? Jamal Ism, Ice Cold Cowboy, what's up, Ice Cold? William Dansby, what's going on? Demetrius Noel, what's going on? Raven Richards, Robert Dudley, what's going on? Mike McCain, what up, Mike McCain? Ronnie Dub, what up, Ronnie Dub? Larry Stroud, let's go. 757 Jr., what up? Mo Eddie, what up? Michael Smooth is back in the building. Michael Smooth, what's going on? Big Mouse Dog, what up? All right. Superman, what up, Superman? Appreciate that super chat. He said, yeah, I'll be in Dallas this month on the 20th and the 22nd. I would like to meet you if possible. Lunch on me. All right, let's see what we can work out. All right, let's see. True Texan, what's up? What up, True Texan? Appreciate that super chat. He said, the only thing Jerry Jones broke was his word with a Jolie. Oh, man. All right, let's get this thing started, man. Let's get this thing started. I know it'll probably be quite a few people today, so we won't be able to get to everybody. But I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Best chat on YouTube. If you haven't been here before, we're going to have some fun today talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Country Field, what's going on? Seed Starter, what up? Carl Williams, what's going on? Austin, what up, Austin? What's going on, James? Let's see, what's that? James Moncrief, what's going on? Hey, James said we may not have signed the names that some people expected, but I feel like we wouldn't have the quality players that truly fit our new defensive scheme. Another great point. What's going on, the wordologist? What's going on? Mark Davis, appreciate that $10 super chat. What up, Mark? Kippy said we were 6 players away on defense. We got 2. Oh, hold on just a second, guys. Hold on. I got to take this one right here. All right, guys, that was an emergency call. I had to take that. That's been a part of my issue going on. I had like 3 cars break down on me at the same time the other day. But hey, it's all good. God is good. All right, so let's get this conversation started today. And I want to pick up on day 1. Let me get another super chat. Hey, Crown, appreciate that super chat. Okay, I want to pick up on day 1 of legal tampering. day one of legal tampering. And what I was really surprised by is that not only did the Cowboys not drop anything on Trey Hendrickson, nobody dropped anything on Trey Hendrickson. Now, come to find out about Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson is wanting $30 million plus per season. And it sounds like the entire NFL, at least to this point, the entire NFL is saying no. They are actually saying no on Trey Hendrickson as it applies to that 30 million plus. And I actually thought that was what he was going to go for. But what really shocked me is Jalen Phillips. The Jalen Phillips deal was crazy to me. I didn't know edge rushers were going to be going for what they were going for. I mean, the Jalen Phillips deal, I didn't even think, and I think this caught a lot of people off guard. Jalen Phillips got signed before Trey Hendrickson. He absolutely got signed before Trey Hendrickson. He basically signed a $120 million deal, $80 million guaranteed. He got $30 million per year. And so I think that was too rich for the Cowboys' blood. But again, y'all remember when we were talking about free agency and that you're going to overspend? I do believe the Cowboys, the one thing they didn't do, the Cowboys didn't do what I said they should do, and they're not listening to me anyway. But I say in free agency because I believe teams do this, and especially teams who think they are going to be in contention. You've got to pick a player. At least this is how I would run my team. And I think some other teams do this. You got to pick a player that you're willing to overpay for. You have got to pick a player. You cannot get beat on every single negotiation because the reality is you're not negotiating then. You're not negotiating. There's a difference. Let me help us out. There's a difference in negotiating and trying to find a deal. Trying to find a deal, you don't go to the Gucci shop trying to find a deal. You go to the Gucci store to overpay. You go to Rodeo Drive to overpay. You go to Goodwill, garage sales. You go to the Salvation Army. You go to a person individually when you're trying to find deals. But in free agency, you have got to make a decision. There's got to be one player. And if you look at a lot of these teams who think they're in contention, you know what they did? They picked a player. They all picked players that they were willing to overpay for. And that's why when you look at the linebackers, when you look at the free agency market, these players, and, you know, I've been listening to people talk about, well, they're glad the Cowboys didn't reach. They're glad the Cowboys didn't overvalue. They're glad the Cowboys didn't overpay. No. You have got to get that mentality out of your brain. You've got to get that mentality out of your brain because you never win. You never win a negotiation like that. Because, watch this, if you negotiate like that, you're too afraid to lose, so you never win. You're too afraid to lose. You're more afraid of losing money than you are of losing the negotiation. You're more afraid of losing money than you are of that player being a bust. No. That is not how it works. You have got to make a decision in free agency because free agency is not a sure thing. All of it is a gamble. All of it is a gamble. So you got to pick a player that you're willing to say, I'm willing to overpay for this person. I'm willing to overpay. You have to find somebody that you're willing to overpay for. Because if you're not willing to overpay, I'm just telling you, you're going to lose every single negotiation. And none of those are actually, the Cowboys, in my estimation, they're not really having negotiations. They're not really having negotiations. The Cowboys are trying to find good deals. Now, if you ask me, did the Cowboys find some good deals? I would tell you they found some good deals. But what I'm also going to tell you, and this is my fear as we're getting ready to go into the draft. This is my fear. Everything I'm looking at so far from day 1 to day 2, this is my fear. I'm not even sure if the Cowboys are necessarily saying that this is the year. I'm not necessarily sure they're saying that. It seems like to me the Cowboys may be saying, let's take another year to build up some more. Let's take another year to build the defense, and maybe next year we go all in. Because everything I'm seeing right now is I see the Cowboys getting better. I don't see them going all in. Those are two different things. In free agency, what you're looking for is an impact player. That's really what you're looking for. You're looking for an impact player to say, okay, we kind of got our team situated, but we need this one player. We need one player that comes in and says, now I'm going to take you over the top. I don't think we're saying that right now. I think the Cowboys may say, okay, let's go to the rest of the argument. Do y'all remember when we were discussing that if the Cowboys could get to mid-pack defensively, that the Cowboys could be in the playoffs? I think the Cowboys may be saying that too. I think the Cowboys may be saying this too. I think the Cowboys may be saying, let's get a defense, let's get the players this year. And then next year, we're going to have a balanced team that is going to be able to beat everybody. But this year, let's keep our offense intact. Let's go out there and get some players, get better. The defense, I believe, will be better because it looks like they went out and got better players, smart players, players that are familiar with the scheme. But they didn't get a player that is an impact player. And that's why everybody, I believe, is kind of like, I don't think nobody is mad about this free agency. I just don't think people are satisfied with this free agency so far. And people aren't happy with this free agency so far. Because they're saying, okay, those are some good players. But where's the impact player? Now, you got to realize now, Jerry is the one that kind of set this up. Because when you start talking about busting the budget, you're saying I'm going to get an impact player. You don't bust, and the Cowboys hadn't got that impact player. And guess what? They haven't busted the budget yet. That doesn't mean they're not going to bust the budget. Trey Hendrickson is still out there. And maybe as that price comes down, maybe the Cowboys will swoop in and try to get Max Crosby. But for right now, everything I've seen the Cowboys do, this doesn't seem, at least yet, this doesn't seem like we're just going for it all right now. It just seems like the Cowboys are more focused on, let's just get better. Because again, y'all remember we talked about this. If the Cowboys can just get a mid-pack defense, they can be in the dance. Maybe that's where the Cowboys, and I'm not saying they're shooting for mid-pack, But at this point, Gary isn't, contrary to what people saying, he's not a pass rusher. He's an edge setter. He's a run stopper. He's a tackler. His sacks all came in the beginning of last season, but at the end, from the middle on, he almost like disappeared as far as sacks go. He's not the kind of player I believe people think he is. People are trying to say, yeah, the Cowboys got a pass rusher. I don't think that's what he is. I really don't think that's what he is. Let me read some comments and then we're going to talk further about this, because this also tells us too, and this is where I'm not necessarily afraid, but I'm kind of like, okay, I understand what you're doing. But the draft for the Cowboys now is going to be important. And this is why, let me move to this next section, then I'm going to come to the comment section. See, now, when I think about Max Crosby, now Max Crosby makes sense to me. Now Max Crosby makes sense to me. The Cowboys didn't want to give up those 2 first-round picks because the Cowboys full well plan on going into the draft and using those 2 first-round picks. And I believe, unless we see something different, and there's not a lot out there left, unless the Cowboys show me something different and they shock everybody and go get Trey Hendrickson tomorrow, it seems to me the Cowboys are saying our impact players are going to be those 2 first-round draft picks. Because if you think about what the pass rush looks like now, there is no way the Cowboys can convince me that they believe that Donovan Ezaraku, coming off of a labrum surgery or whatever it is, there's no way they can convince me that they think Donovan Ezaraku is going to make a huge step from year 1 to year 2. So they're saying to us, I believe, at least at this point, unless something else happens, the Cowboys are telling us the draft, those 2 first-round draft picks, those are going to be their impact players. And so what they're doing right now is solidifying the defense so that those players can come into the draft, from the draft, and be impact players. Y'all tell me what y'all think in the comments. Let's go. And what's going on, DC? Good to see you in the chat. She says, I'm happy the front office is being active early and letting the DC go after who he wants. Yep, I think some of these are coaches' picks, Nisi. I do. But maybe the Cowboys, I think they kind of overplayed or either underplayed their hand as it applied to linebacker, because his system needs linebackers. And they didn't get the linebackers, at least at this point, they didn't get the linebackers that he wanted. Mills said this ain't good. Another rebuild and flash for 2026. So just waste another Dak season. This ain't it. We're going to see, Mills. We're going to see. I need to see more. I'm not gonna judge the whole thing until I see it come, until I see him finish it. What up, Randy Cowdell? Appreciate that super chat. Okay, let me see, Randy. Let me see if I can decipher. He says, G, respectively, you don't think Jerry wasn't trying to bust the budget? All he was trying to give up for Max? And if he did that, what else could he do? Who knows? Okay. Randy, let me add to your point. I could be totally wrong on this, Randy. Tell me what you think. I agree with you from this perspective. I think that was Jerry's idea of busting the budget. I think that was his idea of busting the budget. I absolutely think that Max Crosby was going to be Jerry Jones's, I think that was going to be his aha moment. Like, look, gotcha. Look, got Max Crosby, Kenny Clark, and I got Quentin Williams. Hi, Michael Parsons, gotcha. I think that was going to be his gotcha pick. I think that was going to be the bust the budget pick. What I'm realizing though, Randy, and you tell me what you think, I don't think he had a backup plan. I don't think he had a backup plan for Max Crosby. I don't think he had a backup plan. I think Max Crosby was the bust the budget player. He didn't have a backup plan. Or maybe he does, and we don't know it yet. But I would have thought the backup plan to Max Crosby would have been, as we all talked about it. We thought it would have been Jalen Phillips. We thought it would have been Trey Hendrickson. But Randy, I think that was the bust the budget plan. It didn't work. So you gotta keep taking into account if you're Jerry Jones. Well, if I'm not going to make that, if we don't get Max, in case we don't, what's our backup plan? What's our backup plan? What's the next player we're willing to bust the budget on and say we want this player? Because, Randy, I'll be honest with you. When I think about what the Raiders gave up for Max Crosby, in the grand scheme of things, hindsight is 2020. But the Raiders gave up a first this year and a first next year. Me, if that's what they were asking for, I believe the Cowboys should have maybe moved that first round 2027 pick and said, oh, that's no problem. That's next year's pick. Because we're going to be so good this year that pick next year isn't going to matter to us because it's going to be so far down in the first round that you're going to be drafting somewhere between 25 and 32. I'm really starting to wonder, Randy. You tell me. I'm really starting to wonder if the Cowboys shouldn't have just did what the Raiders did. Gave the number 20 pick. Because if I'm not mistaken, that pick, the pick that the Raiders got, is that like number 14? I think that was the number 14 pick. And so maybe they were wanting the number 12 pick from the Cowboys. But in hindsight, I'm wondering, like, man, maybe the Cowboys should have gave him that number 2 from next year. So I think the bust the budget player was Max Crosby. They had no backup plan. Rombowski said none of this all matters because we still didn't re-sign and bring back the player that matters. Man, Jalen Tobin is floating around out there, bro. He's floating around out there. Aussie said Hendrickson is 31. Now, again, Aussie, because of his age, Trey Hendrickson is an all-in play. Yeah, he is an all-in guy. You don't have no choice. When you're talking about Trey Hendrickson, that's all in. That bottom line is all in. All in is Trey Hendrickson. He's 31. Because you got to think, I mean, how many? Maybe 2 to 3 good years. Trey Hendrickson is I want to win right now. Trey Hendrickson is an I want to win right now play. Mose Logan said Jerry not keeping his word about busting the budget. Now, again, Mose Logan, it's only day 2. I got a feeling they're going to still be working. And they're going to see if that price for Trey Hendrickson comes down. Superman said, gee, I wonder if they bust the budget on Pickens and Aubrey. Maybe this is why they haven't spent as much. Now, Superman, I think we know this is how the Cowboys do business. They include the players they re-sign in any conversation they're having, whether we accept it or not. Linwood said it's only day 2. That's why I keep saying it's only day 2. Who knows what they're going to do tomorrow? I'm with you on that part. Ice Cold, he said, good point. Hold on a second. Ronnie Does said Bradley Chubb becomes available tomorrow. So we're going to see. JTX Main, I agree with you. I think this is also a part of busting the budget. Reworking contracts to get cap room. Like we thought all in was all in, but it meant signing Dak and CD, which actually meant all in. Linwood, can Trey Hendrickson play 3-4? I think he can. He's a smart player. He's a smart player. Richard Owen said Denver had better players than the Patriots, and they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. Yeah, we're gonna blame that on Bo Nix, broken bone in the foot. What up, Joshua? Demetrius Noel, what's going on? G, you may want to consider what CP have in mind. We don't know how much influence CP is having with these signings. Demetrius, I think these are Christian Parker's thoughts. I really do. I think these are Christian Parker's thoughts. Because the player... Let's talk about Nakobe Dean, since you brought that up. Let's talk about Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean and Christian Parker's players. Let's bring that up. Because, again, everybody keeps saying that these players the Cowboys have. They're saying that these are Christian Parker's overseeing these defensive players. Let me tell you about Nakobe Dean. And I want y'all to tell me what y'all thoughts on this Nakobe Dean thing. Because everybody's explaining this in a way, and, you know, everybody can have their own take on this. But I'm going to give you my take on Nakobe Dean. Hold on, let me pull something up real quick. I'm going to give you my take on Nakobe Dean. So, I was reading where James Slater was reporting. James Slater is saying that the Cowboys made some humongous efforts. And actually, this is the guy who I wanted to talk about first. Quay Walker. This is who I want to talk about first. So it is being said that the Cowboys actually wanted Quay Walker. He was actually the target for the Dallas Cowboys. And so Nakobe Dean was actually the second linebacker on their list. It was Quay Walker the Cowboys were going after. And what wound up happening is the Cowboys, from what they're saying, did a Zoom meeting or something with Quay Walker. And for whatever reason, it didn't turn out. Let's see if we can read a little bit up on this thing with Quay Walker. I'm pretty sure y'all heard about this yesterday. Says here, Monday was the first day of legal tampering, blah, blah, blah. The Cowboys got off to a solid start, which I believe they did. Rashawn Gary, everybody was excited. It says first they agreed to trade with the Green Bay Packers, landing pass rusher Rashawn Gary in exchange for a fourth-round pick. A lot of people were saying they shouldn't have gave away a fourth-round pick. But this is what I say. If you want a guy, don't risk him going out there for everybody else to start bidding on. If you really think he fits your system that good, he's going to be that great of a player, fourth-round pick don't bother me. Cowboys don't care about fourth-round picks anyway. They give them away every single season almost, it seems like. Says, these moves not only improve, let me see if they said another one here. Okay, and it says they also added a solid defender after coming to terms with Jalen Thompson. Jalen Thompson, while he may not be a superstar, he's a superstar if you ask me compared to what the Cowboys have had. Jalen Thompson is head and shoulders above the safety play the Cowboys have had. And I'm not just talking about last season. The Cowboys have struggled with safety play for years. So I think he's going to help solidify the safety position with the Cowboys. It says these moves not only improve the defense, but it gives the Cowboys two players whom their coaching staff is familiar. Now, this is another reason why I say you can't be mad at these two picks because they're good picks. Keep that in your brain. They're good picks. So nobody's complaining about those good picks because they're good picks. They fit the system. And if those picks fit the system, Nisi, you hit it right on the head. They're letting Christian Parker obviously influence who they are going after within reason as far as the money goes. But the problem is, hold on, it says this improves the defense. I believe it does. Defensive coordinator Christian Parker spent 2 years as defensive quality coach with the Packers. So he knows Gary, he knows these players. Thompson worked with Ryan Smith, who was the Arizona Cardinals cornerbacks coach. So we understand all this. After those moves were made, though, reports suggest the Cowboys would target a linebacker in free agency. Two potential fits were Quay Walker from the Packers and Nakobe Dean from the Philadelphia Eagles. Dean had been linked to the Cowboys leading up to free agency due to his ties to Parker. Neither player would end up in Dallas. However, they both signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, I'm going to tell you my take on this. It says Walker's deal is for 3 years, $40.5 million, $40.5 million with $28 million guaranteed. Dean secured a 3-year contract, $36 million with $20 million guaranteed. So I want to deal with these two issues first. How are the Cowboys negotiating? I would really like to know how they're negotiating. Y'all don't have to accept what I'm telling you. I'm just telling you these are my rules. And my rules say you have to pick a player or even players that you're going to be willing to overspend. Because I'm telling you right now, if you're playing in free agency, you just really can't avoid this. Not if you're looking for impact players. You've got to just say in your mind, man, that's just a player I'm just going to spend the money on. It is what it is. And if the player don't turn out, the doggone player don't turn out. But we're spending the money. You have to do that. That's life. That isn't just football, that's life. There are things that you want or things that you believe you need. And sometimes you're going to overpay for them. And you overpay for them. Why? Because you'd rather have those things and be out of that extra money than to be without those things and still have your money. Because you get what you pay for a lot of times. And you will mess around and you will be spending even more money trying to get what you were not willing to pay for. And I say if the Cowboys targeted Quay Walker, why didn't they get him? Why didn't they get him? Because I'm going to go back to what Angie said. I agree with it. I'm going to go back to what Angie said. Niecy said. Niecy, I'm sorry. That's like 4 times I done almost mispronounced. Niecy, I'm going back to what you said, Niecy. If Christian Parker wanted those 2 linebackers, y'all tell me if y'all agree or disagree. If Christian Parker told you he wanted those 2 linebackers, then what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Because I'm going to tell you what I think you're supposed to do. Go get those linebackers. Go get one of them. Go get them. Go get one of those linebackers. Especially if you don't get Max Crosby and you're not getting, at this point, you're not getting Trey Hendrickson. Who's the player we're going to overspend for? It should have been one of those linebackers. Why? Let me give you common sense. Because it was one of the worst positions the Cowboys have had it's one of the worst positions the Cowboys have had over the last 2 to 3 seasons. They haven't been able to lock it down. So if I'm the Cowboys, I'm overpaying for Walker. Or I'm overpaying for Dean. But what I'm not going to do is let both of these linebackers not be a part of my team. One of them's got to be a part of my team. I'm not letting both of them go. And the Kobe Dean one is the crazy one to me. 51-49. They said it was 51-49 is where he was. And he went with his instincts. Went with his instincts. Let me give you another crazy take on this. Do y'all remember a couple of weeks ago that I told you that what we might not understand is that maybe players don't see the Dallas Cowboys like we see players? I said the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl in 2026. But maybe players don't see it like me. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of players. There's probably a lot of fans that don't see it like me. So I want you to think about this part. Tell me this isn't crazy. It's one thing when it's one thing when the Quay Walker linebacker goes to the Raiders. They're saying that Nakobe Dean chose to go to the Raiders because of his gut and because of the familiarity with Quay Walker and another player, so he would prefer to be in that locker room. Does that make sense to y'all? Does that make sense to y'all? You're 51-49, and you go to the Raiders. Do you know what the most insane part is to me? Who thinks the Raiders are closer to going to the Super Bowl than the Dallas Cowboys? Who? Who thinks the Raiders are closer than the Cowboys? Because I don't. Who chooses locker room familiarity over winning? Because if Nakobe Dean thought the Cowboys were going to be contenders and he chose the Raiders over the Cowboys, that is banana bunkers to me. How do people see the Cowboys? And I'm really wondering this. How do people see the Cowboys? So you would rather go to the Raiders? You don't even know who the quarterback is going to be? They just traded Max Crosby? They're basically a team on a rebuild? And you went to the Raiders? I'm seriously questioning this because you basically use a factor to me that basically eliminated winning. Why wouldn't Nakobe Dean? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks like this. That's crazy to me. I don't care if all my friends go to a losing team. I'm not going to no losing team. I want to go to the team that gives me the best chance at the chip. And if you're telling me one team is offering 19 million and another team is offering 20 million, you think I'm taking 1 million in friendship over 1 less million and a team with a quarterback like Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb at the wide receiver spot, George Pickens at the wide receiver spot, got a very good offense, top 3 in the league, and I can go on the defense, help get them the mid-pack, and we're going to be in the playoffs next year, and you go to the Raiders? Tell me what you want to. That's crazy work. Tell me what you want to. That cannot be about that cannot be about winning. What in the world is that saying about the Cowboys and how people may view us? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, and I can't believe other people are buying it either. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. You would pick the Raiders over the Cowboys? Boy, maybe I'm crazy. That is nasty work to me. That is nasty work. Niecy said, come on, G, every season G changes. She said, Jerry changes his lingo. She said, remember, used all in, that was busting the budget. I'm going to sit back as usual and give these coaches a chance to improve. Niecy. But follow what I'm telling you. Because I believe that may be the approach that they're taking. I think that's, unless they go and do something that knocks our socks off tomorrow, I really think this is what the Cowboys may be doing. They may actually be saying, we got a brand new defensive coordinator, all new defensive coaching staff. So let's get this defense some solid players, some disciplined players, some smart players. Let's go in the draft and get us some impact players. Let's let this coaching staff on our defense, let's let them player develop. Coach the players that we feel that are good that we already have. And let's see where we are by midseason. And if we need to do something by midseason, we'll do it. And I believe the Cowboys may be saying, rather than going and getting that superstar player, how about we just build a very good defense, and then by midseason to 3/4 of the season, Nisi, maybe we find ourselves somewhere around, dare I say, 18 or 19? If you give the Cowboys offense from last year a number 18, 19, or 20 defense, again, do y'all remember the discussions we had? Oh, we can get this defense to mid-pack. We're going to be in the playoffs. So maybe that's what they're thinking. So the bust the budget, I'm going to tell you where I think we mess up sometimes. We take a Jerry Jones statement at face value rather than interpreting it through the brain of Jerry Jones. And now I'm remembering that Jerry was kind of like, based on what we've done in the past, I could see us doing significantly more than we've done in the past. Well, if I take that statement and I compare it to this year versus what the Cowboys did last year, I would kind of say today that the Cowboys on day one, they added some really good, solid players that may shore up a lot of the problems that we've had defensively. And if that's what it is, okay. I see what they're doing. I think what really gets people hyped up is when they hear the statement of Jerry Jones. But if Jerry don't make that statement, I believe a lot of us would be watching this free agency thing with a whole different mindset. Because we would just be saying, hey, that's a pretty good player. That's a pretty good player. But we're not saying that because we're comparing that to the statement that Jerry Jones made. And I think that's kind of what's in everybody's mind. But in the grand scheme of things, I think Rashawn Gary, he's not the pass rusher. People need to just stop trying to make him into Micah Parsons. He's not the Micah Parsons replacement. He's not a pass rusher. Don't think he's about to come in here with 19 sacks. No, that's not. I'm sure that's not going to be him. But what he does do, he brings you an edge setter, a run stopper, somebody that can play in the passing game. He's an athlete. He can get after the quarterback. He can pressure the quarterback. He can hit the quarterback. He can get you some sacks. Very solid player. And I would say he may be, and this ain't a knock on Jadeveon Clowney, he might be a step above Jadeveon Clowney because of age, because he's younger than Jadeveon Clowney. But I would seriously like for the Cowboys to bring Jadeveon Clowney back. I really would. Let me read some super chats and I'm going to come to the comments. Ronnie Dub said Bradley Chubb. Oh, yeah. I read that earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up in just a moment. Byron Joe DeVee said, I like what they're doing, but a linebacker would have made my day. Yeah. See, Byron Joe DeVee, your comment, and I think this is where it went off the rails. Because the Cowboys, we know they need a linebacker. They need multiple linebackers. We know they do. I believe had they got a linebacker, nobody would be saying a word because it would have been somewhat of a bust-the-budget move. Quay Walker would have been a bust-the-budget move. Nakobe Dean wouldn't have been, but Quay Walker would have been. Devin Lloyd would have been a bust-the-budget move. And that's why I say the Cowboys, it is what it is. We don't have to, people try to give the Cowboys all of this credit and try to say, well, they tried. Man, let me tell y'all something. In the world of competition, I got news for you. I'm just don't get mad, or you can't get mad Just get mad respectively. I'm just telling you a grown man and a grown woman statement. In competition, there's no such thing as tried. Nobody remembers the trier. Nobody talks about the Buffalo Bills went to the Super Bowl 4 times in a row. Nobody talks about that. Don't nobody want to hear about the runner-up. Don't nobody want to hear about number 2. Don't nobody want to hear about the loser. When my sons played Little League and you get them consolation trophies, you know why I put those? In the trash. Those are trash. Care nothing about no consolation. You either won it or you didn't. And if you didn't win it, move on to the next one and try to win the next one. I care nothing about the Cowboys. Oh, the Cowboys, they took a serious swipe. I don't care. Did they get the player? What's the consolation for trying? Somebody tell me. I don't know. Somebody tell me what's the consolation for trying. There's no consolation for trying. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah, the Cowboys were heavily invested, and they just didn't get the player because of this reason, that reason, and that reason. Well, I'm going to tell you this. If I really want Nakobe Dean, and Nakobe Dean is talking about I'm 51-49, well, if I really want Nakobe Dean, I'm going in saying, well, what will it take it to make it 51-49 going in our favor? What will it require? Because you got $20 million guaranteed. How about we give you 2 more reasons to make it 51-49? Because it's a 2-point difference, right? So how about we give you 2 reasons why? How about $2 million more dollars? They going 20, we going 22. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm just telling you. There's no consolation. We got to stop thinking like that. There's no consolation for trying. There's no consolation in the grand scheme of things, especially when you don't get what you want. There's no consolation for that. I like the spirit. I like the spirit of the competition. I like the fact that the Cowboys are out there pursuing. But what the Cowboys got to do in the next phase, and it's not over yet, we're going to see what happens tomorrow. I think some things may really start moving and shaking tomorrow as ink start hitting paper. I think some things going to really start shaking tomorrow. I'm not going to be surprised if we see tomorrow Quinnen Williams and probably see either Oso Digizuwa's contract get reworked or Oso Digizuwa get traded tomorrow. I'm not going to be surprised at any of those things. Because at the end of the day, when you want a player, you're going to have to just make a decision you want them. And if it's going to require an extra $2 to $3 million, man, you just got to do it. Just got to do it. Sometimes you just got to hey, it is, man. It's the game. It's the game, man. It's just the game. I don't understand why people don't understand that. Star Guardian said, definitely feel like they are building the defense for 2027. Yep. Wish they got a linebacker already, but I like these players they got. See, I think this is where we all are, isn't it? This is why I want us as the Cowboys fan base to be honest. I think this is where we all are. I think 2 things can be true. So far, it's day 2 of the legal tampering, but tomorrow we get down to the brass taxes. So far, though, Jerry didn't shop at the Gucci shop. Jerry didn't shop at the Gucci shop like we wanted him to. Jerry didn't shop at the Gucci shop. Jerry shopped at Dillard's and Macy's. That's good, too. I shop at Macy's. I buy suits at Macy's sometimes. He didn't shop at the Gucci shop. But nevertheless, we like the... Now, day 2, that's a whole nother discussion. We're going to get there in a moment. But day 1, I'm good. I'm good with the players the Cowboys got on day 1. Solid player in Rashawn Gary. I think probably an above average safety in Jalen Thompson. I don't think he's I don't think he's a top 5 safety. But I tell you this, compared to the Cowboys safety play, shoot, man, he a first round overall #1 draft pick. Compared to what the Cowboys been playing with his safety. I love that pick at safety when I compare it, because sometimes you got to compare it to what you've had rather than trying to just compare him overall. I think compared to what we've had, I like it. So I think we're all right there. Day one players. I believe we all like it, and we're not complaining about it. Ronnie Dub said, I heard Quay and Kobe want to play together like in college. Yeah, Ronnie Dub. But I'm going to tell you what I would have did. I'm just telling you. This is how you negotiate. Hey, it's 51-49. We're going to give you 2 more reasons to make it 51-49 our way. We're going to give you $2 more million. How about 3? We'll even give you $3 more million. Christian Parker really wants you to be a part of the Cowboys, and so do we. Because let me tell y'all something at the end of the day. For most of these players, it's a money game. I don't care what anyone says. It's a money game at the end of the day. It's a money game. It's a money game. And not only is it a money game, but the part I still don't understand, and y'all tell me what y'all think about this, the part I'm still tripping on, I'm not choosing, I don't care where my best friend goes. I'm not choosing a team that is not better than the other team that's offering me. If one team is offering me 20 and another team is offering me 19, I'm not doing that for friendship. Now, I want to be on the team that's got a chance to win a Super Bowl. The Raiders, you're talking at least 3 years. Troy said, G. Dean went to play with his former teammates. They reunited with the Raiders. Coach versus my boys. I'm going to hang with my boys. Not me. I got to consider how close is the team to winning the Super Bowl. And I don't think there's a chance the Raiders are close. I got to consider the Super Bowl. I want to look at the players. Who is the quarterback? What's the personnel on offense? Because if we can put together a halfway good defense, I'm like, okay, that team right there could be going somewhere. Man, I'm not going to the Raiders. I don't care. To me, if you telling me, and no knock on you, because I understand what you're saying, K-Choice, but I'm just telling you about me. If I'm going to choose my homeboys and a rebuild over a Cowboys team that is probably a defense away from getting there, and I can be a part of that defense, hey, man, I'm going to catch you on the next contract. Maybe we'll get together on the next contract. But the Cowboys are building something. I just couldn't choose friendship over winning. Unless I didn't think the Cowboys are going to be winning. Rob CT, he said he didn't consider the extra money in state tax and endorsements wearing the star a dumb money decision, and we closer to a trophy. Rob, that's my point. You brought up stuff I didn't even bring up. I'm just talking about the football part of it. You brought up the residuals. And you're exactly right. Bro, you're a Cowboy. Your jersey sales alone will be out the roof. You're going to the #1 sports franchise in the world, and you pick the Raiders. Now, the Raiders are up there too. They're not the Cowboys. And you disappear as a Raider. You're not going to get the jersey sales you would get as a Cowboy. I agree. Rob said sign, trade, draft Styles and Dillon in the first round. Man, I'm telling you, too, based on what some of these teams have done in free agency, I think a player may fall to the Cowboys that nobody thought was going to fall to him. I really do. Stargarden said, I feel like Christian Parker is so detailed with his vision for the defense that he has certain players that fit and not all are known. Maybe Dean didn't align. Well, I can tell you this. He wanted Quay. Quay Walker was actually who they targeted. He was the one they targeted. And you never know. Maybe Nakobe Dean thought they were going to come after him first. But no, Quay Walker was the one that they wanted. And that's why I say, Star Guardian X, if I want Quay Walker, I'm not letting the Raiders beat me. I'm not. I'm just not letting the Raiders beat me. If I feel like Quay Walker is that kind of player, no, the Raiders are not beating me. They're not beating me. USMC, he said they did a great job in free agency. I hope you all are not hoping for overpriced. Overpriced has been in trade. If they get a linebacker, a corner in the draft, we're set. Now, USMC. Again, salute. Let's put what you said in perspective. What you're saying is, I don't think nobody's disagreeing. I think where the disagreement comes in is when you compare it to the bust the budget part. Because let me say, because I know somebody said it's only day 2. I agree. Tomorrow, the rubber meets the road, the pens hit the paper. But if you're going to bust the budget, it's typically on day 1. You typically don't bust the budget on Wednesday. By Wednesday, you're getting what's left from the people who did bust budgets, who did take a chance, who went and overpaid, overspent, overreached. That's typically day 1, no later than day 2. By Wednesday, pens are hitting the paper. And there is rarely those big fish out there. Trey Hendrickson's going to be the big fish that's left out there tomorrow. But I'm going to tell you something, USMC. I'll be honest with you. I'm not in agreement with everybody on Trey Hendrickson. I know he's 31 years old. But people almost act like he's going to fall off a cliff. 17 and a half sacks, 2 seasons in a row. If Trey Hendrickson could get the Cowboys 10 sacks, do y'all know the highest sack total we had last year was 8.5? What? And Jadeveon Clowney got 3 of those in the last game of the season? If Trey Hendrickson, if you told me the drop-off for Trey Hendrickson was 7.5 sacks, and you told me Trey Hendrickson will sign with the Cowboys on a 3-year deal, really 2, but a 3-year deal, and we're going to pay him, let's say we're going to pay him $105 million. $105 million, $90 million guaranteed, which would equal to about $30 million per season. Throw some incentives in there. If you told me that Trey Hendrickson would come to the Cowboys and in 2026, by himself, he would get us 10 sacks. And in 2027, he would get us another 10 sacks. Count me in. Count me in. This dude got 4 sacks last year on a bum defense and didn't even play the whole season. Man, I'm telling you, we got to consider who we have. Man, you put Trey Hendrickson with Quentin Williams. You put a Trey Hendrickson with Quentin Williams. I'm sorry, he eating. I believe he's eating. I don't agree with everybody on Trey Hendrickson. People act like this dude is washed up. Man, the washed up version of Trey Hendrickson is probably better than a lot of edge rushers. I don't think he's washed up. You will quickly realize the Cincinnati Bengals is a very poorly ran organization. Poorly ran. I mean, they're over there wasting Joe Burrow. If Burrow don't get traded out of there in the next year, Joe Burrow, by the time he is done with the Cincinnati Bengals and the Cincinnati Bengals are done with him, he'll be so broken up from head to toe that by the time he goes to his next team, man, he might be out there on a wheelchair or be out there on crutches. That man is going to be so broke up, he'll be fragile as China by the time he reaches another team. That organization is poorly ran. You put Trey Hendrickson with a Quentin Williams, he's eating. And if you tell me that Trey Hendrickson gonna drop off from 17.5 to 10 sacks and we'll pay him $30 million a year, I'll take it. I'm sorry, I'll take it. People don't realize what Trey Hendrickson did before last year. 35 sacks in 2 years, 17.5 sacks. Man, what's the drop-off? Shoot, his drop-off is better than a lot of people's peak. I'll take him. I would take Trey Hendrickson. I just think Trey Hendrickson needs to understand who he is, though, that a lot of people are not going to take a chance on him being 31 because USMC, a lot of people feel like he's washed up, like you're kind of alluding to. A lot of people aren't going to take that chance. But I tell you this, if a team that's got some players take a chance, watch what I tell you. Shoot, Trey gonna eat. Put him with a defense, because he ain't even really played with a defense. Put him on a defense. He gonna eat. Somebody gonna get a good player in Trey Hendrickson. You watch what I tell you. Rob said they want players that can do multiple things. Yeah, I agree. Tristan York, what's going on? He said, Cowboys Nation, glad to see a true safety coming to town. Yes, sir. Love what they have done so far. Excited to see Parker's defense this year, DC4M. See, and I'm going to tell you something else, Tristan York. You and Nisi and some of y'all others, y'all are making a very valid point. If these same players, follow this line of thinking. If these same players were coming in with Matt Eberflus, nobody would think the same. Nobody would think the same. At least I don't think they would. But we are so high on Christian Parker, and for very good reason. We are so high on Christian Parker and his staff that we believe that if you will just get him good players, the defense is going to be better. And that's why I say when we look at this free agency day one in totality, I don't think any of us are mad. I think we're all like, if Jerry hadn't have said he was going to bust the budget, I think a lot of us would be a lot more excited. But because Jerry said he was going to bust the budget and we didn't really get a player that busted the budget, we're all kind of like, yes, I like what we're doing. Yeah, we like what we're doing, but it's not like we're like, boy, this player right here, we're going to be boom, 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 boom. We hadn't got that player yet. And that's why, even if you look at the title, I said, has Jerry Jones busted the budget yet? Anybody catch that? I said Jerry Jones hasn't busted the budget. Has he busted the budget yet? Because it is still yet to be seen. There are still a couple of big fish out there. And I don't think Jerry and Steven are going to go to the yacht. I think they're going to continue to see, okay, we didn't get a couple of players that we wanted. So let's keep I'm pretty sure they got a Trey Hendrickson monitor to see if that price goes down. I'm sure they're monitoring who are the teams that are looking at Trey Hendrickson. And then they're also probably looking at a couple other players to say, okay, so Penn's getting the paper tomorrow. So let's kind of let the dust settle on day 2. Let the dust settle. And then we'll come out maybe tomorrow night, or maybe we'll come out on Thursday and we'll do damage. Because I do think we're going to see another couple of contract reworks for the Cowboys. I think they're going to rework Quentin Williams' contract by tomorrow. And I will not be surprised if also Diggy Zoo is traded. I would not be surprised if also Diggy Zoo is traded. I won't. Blue Blood said, I don't think $130 million a year player is going to do anything for us as us getting to a Super Bowl. Blue Blood, appreciate that super chat. Now, but I think Hendrickson, though, I think he does. I think Trey Hendrickson would help you. I think he would help us. And especially with, follow what I'm telling you. Look at the players that, are we not all saying? We like the players we got on day one. We like Gary. We like the safety. We like what we've done. You throw Trey Hendrickson in that mix, I'm telling you, with Quentin Williams and Kenny Clark, I'm telling you, man, I think we're underestimating Trey. I think we're underestimating him. I think Trey Hendrickson is going to play well this year. And again, you got to realize, man, the guy is coming off 2 17.5 sack seasons. If he told me, I'm telling you, if he told me he was going to get 10 sacks, I'm taking it. I'd take it. I mean, it'd be an incentive-laden deal. I could tell you how to skin a cat with Trey Hendrickson. You give him per game bonuses. Hey, man, you coming off an injury. I tell you what. So this is what we'll pay you, and this is what we'll pay you per game. You give him per game bonuses. And if you play 17 games, this contract that's about $25 million turns into $32 million if you play every single game. And then if you play all the way through the playoffs, and if you get this many sacks, and if you get this many tackles, and if you do, and if you go out and decorate a Christmas tree, we'll give you these incentives. And by the end of the year, you could be a $34 million a year pass rusher. Because I do think that's probably where a lot of teams are going to go with him, because I don't think no one's wanting to take a chance on his injury issue. I don't think anybody wants to take a chance. But I tell you this, I think whoever does take a chance, I think they're going to be good. Star Guardian X, he said, Gary, Clark, Williams, Osa, Trey, deadly. I'm telling you, I'm not looking at a Trey Hendrickson. Follow my line of thinking. I'm not looking at a Trey Hendrickson as in him by himself. I'm looking at a Trey Hendrickson, adding him into what we saying that we like that we've done, what the coaches are going to be able to do. I like him in that setting because I think he'll eat. I think Trey Hendrickson will eat in the right system. I think this Cowboy system could be a very good system, not only for him. I think it could be a good system for anybody of his type of talent. I really do. Poobie D, what's going on? I posted Canal on my X page today. I posted him on the X page. I don't know if anybody... Looks like Ron Bosky said he was just signed. Yeah. I had him on my X page today. Ice Cold said he see it the same way. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I don't think anybody's mad about what the Cowboys have done. I just think where people are is people are in the mindset of, okay, this is because just think about it, people build your expectations sometimes. I have a philosophy I try to live by. Sometimes I fail at it, but this is my philosophy I try to live by. I try to underpromise and overdeliver. Because expectations are the robber of joy. Expectations rob joy. So what I typically try to do with people is I try to underpromise. I try to underpromise. I don't want to get somebody so built up that if I do something, even if it's great, it gets nullified by the expectations. I'll tell you a funny story. Excuse me. I'll tell you a funny story about myself. So this past holiday season, I'm not big on Christmas. I normally don't even, I try to make sure people don't get me gifts. That's just kind of how I think. But as the lady told me, don't block my blessings. So I understand it. But there was a pair of shoes that I wanted really, really bad for Christmas, right? And I'm not necessarily an observer of Christmas, but that's a time that people like to give gifts. So, okay, I understand it. So someone asked me, like, what did I want? And I normally try to price people out of certain things. So that way nobody gets me anything. So it was a pair of ostrich skin shoes. And anybody who understands anything about wearing skins, as far as boots and shoes go, you already know the price is crazy. So these shoes were $5.99. And I'm not talking about $5.99. Angie, what's going on? I done said your name 3 times when I was talking to Niecy. So I wanted these shoes, right? And so my wife told me, she was like, oh, we're not getting them shoes. And she was laughing about it. So in my mind, I'm thinking that means she's going to get those shoes because she's trying to throw me off. And she was like, oh, you really want them shoes? And I'm like, okay, she's going to get these shoes. So it's not the fact that I wanted her to get the shoes. But if I would have known that she wasn't going to get the shoes, I would have bought them myself. But I thought she was going to get the shoes. So when December the 25th roll around, I'm looking up and I'm like, oh man, it's like a shoebox up under there. I'll be doggone. I open up this box and don't get me wrong. It's not that she didn't, they didn't get me something. And I'm not into Christmas anyway. But it's not that they didn't get me something nice. But the monster skin shoes wasn't under there. And man, I'm not a big gift guy as far as that kind of stuff. But it kind of hit me for a moment because I was like, I thought them shoes were under there. And it took me a minute to get my head back right, especially when I went to the website to get the shoes. Because I was like, oh, no big deal, I'll get them myself. And then the shoes were gone. Expectations are the robber of joy. That's all I'm telling you. And when you look at what we've done versus what Jerry said, it don't match. But when you look at what we've done versus the coaches we've hired, it looks pretty good. See what I'm saying? It looks pretty good. Poby D. Let me read Anthony Harden real quick. Anthony said fans understand that Jerry is paying the quarterback, wide receivers, linemen, and his kicker big money. Yeah, Harden. Yeah. And I think what's happening is it's being compared to what Jerry said. But if you take out what Jerry said, and it's hard to do that, but just imagine if Jerry hadn't said, yeah, we're going to bust the budget. But if you didn't have that statement, and a lot of us are still saying this, but day one, the Cowboys got some players that's going to make the defense better. Poby D, you talking about Nakobe Dean. Hey, Poby D, I'm the same way. He didn't believe in us. And that's why I said, man, I don't know if I'd want to. I'm not picking my homeboys over winning. There is no universe in my mind right now. There's no universe in my mind where I'm thinking the Raiders are closer than the Cowboys. If there are two teams that are wanting my services, I'm just going to the team that I think is the best. Got the closest chance. Brian Davis said, "You said it best, G. Might not pay to be a star in Dallas. Players might see that's what Jerry's antics." Hey, Brian, yes sir. You're right. And that's why I wonder, Brian. I wonder how players really see us. Because I know how we see us. We see us as a defense away. But I just wonder if other people see us like that. I really do. Ron Bowski said, I don't know, G, but if I'm back in the mid-20s, in my mid-20s, and someone is giving me 20, 30 million, and I've got to choose between Dallas or Vegas, yeah, I'm going to Vegas. Okay. Wait, Rombowski. Yeah, now, I don't know how old you are, but you said in your 20s. Vegas versus Dallas in your 20s is not Vegas versus Dallas in these guys' 20s. Rombowski. I'm sure you know this because you seem to be somebody that's well-traveled. Man, people are leaving Vegas in groves. A lot of people are saying that Vegas is a ghost town. Cost of living is astronomical. People are running out of there in groves. I'm sorry. I'm just going. I'm trying to win. I ain't got time for. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win, man. Jeremy Best said it don't make sense, but these so-called millennials rather be comfortable and play with guys they know and like. It's not like back in the days when guys want to compete against each other. Yeah, Jeremy Betts. That's this new generation, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not picking the Raiders over the Cowboys. The Raiders? Man, you don't even know what Mendoza gonna be. Man, I've heard so many people say that Mendoza is overrated. Man, you don't have no clue what the Raiders are gonna be. Hail Mary said, gee, these players are all about the money. Winning is secondary. $1 million. Angie, you think the Raiders defense looking decent? Well, I'll tell you this, Angie, if their defense is looking decent, then what does that say about us that he didn't want to go? I'm struggling with that. Oh, man, Rob, not even mention the tax situation in Texas. Yes, sir. What up, Bass? What up, Newhouse? All right, let me go down a little bit further as we kind of get a little bit more into day one. I want to kind of listen to a couple of things over 105.3 The Fan was kind of summing up day one. I want to kind of listen to that and see if we can get a discussion going on that. And then we're going to go to day two. Then we are going to go to day two. But I think overall, y'all tell me, when I look at the Cowboys, day one overall, now I'm not going to be crazy and give it a 10. But if I look at the Cowboys day one overall, I guess, a lot of people have been giving it letter grades. If I was going to give the Cowboys a letter grade for day one, I would probably give it a high B minus if that's possible. I'd probably give it somewhere around a 82, 83. I think it's a solid day. With the potential to be better. We'll see how it turns out once these players get with these coaches. But again, they got some solid, good players. I like what they did too. Only thing was the bust the budget thing. It's kind of like, okay, I should have listened a little bit closer to Jerry Jones and understand that Jerry, sometimes what he says is what you think it is, and it's not what you think it is. So I get it. Frank Lawrence, what's going on? Frank said our offense was formidable, not dominant. Find a way to get me GP an Aubrey 4 years draft, Jeremiah Love 5 years rookie deal, makings of a dynasty. Boy, I'm gonna tell you something, Frank Lawrence. I don't think Jeremiah Love is gonna fall to the Cowboys. I can tell you this much. If Jeremiah Love does fall to the Cowboys, boy, that pick it's going to be some tension in that room. Because I think it's going to be hard to pass him up. I do. I just think it's going to be hard to pass him up. Lynn said, we as Cowboy fans have to understand Christian Parker's getting the players he wants to fit the scheme, smart, thinking, disciplined, and physical players. Yeah, I think it's what he's doing too, Lynn. Now, Lynn, understand this part, though. I know you understand it. A lot of us need to understand something. Christian Parker wanted those linebackers. Yeah, he wanted those linebackers. Jerry Jones, it wasn't Jerry Jones' idea, I'm sure, to go after Quay Walker. That was Christian Parker's idea. And I'm saying, if Christian Parker wants Quay Walker, then you get him Quay Walker. You get him Quay Walker. And again, Jalen Thompson, I'm going to tell you, I'm very excited about Jalen Thompson. Very excited about Jalen Thompson. Very excited about Jalen Thompson. Very excited about Jalen Thompson simply because, again, he may not be the best one. He may not be the best safety in the league. But compared to what the Cowboys have dealt with, oh my gosh, I'm excited. Shoot. Man, he way better. Way better than anything that I could think of that we've had in a while. I am loving the fact that he is in Dallas. I'm loving it. Big Rombowski, he said 25 years old with $30 million in the bank account and living in Las Vegas is better than Super Bowl. Hey, I'm telling you right now, Rombowski, not in this day and age, man. Everybody running out of this thing. Running out of Vegas. JCTC, he said, I'm proud of Jerry Jones. This man is being aggressive finally. Dak Prescott should be thrilled. We still have 4. Angie, you sent me something the other day. You know what? I've been trying, Angie. I've been trying hard. I'm just gonna be respectful to Dak Prescott because that's that's our quarterback. We love him. But Angie, have you been seeing this stuff coming out about Dak Prescott? I told y'all when we talked about this the other day. I know Dak Prescott's not gonna say anything, but his girlfriend on the other hand and her crew, we don't know what's gonna be coming out. Angie, I'm gonna just leave it right here. Angie, did you hear? She debunked. Well, I think you sent it to me. You sent this to me. Dak Prescott's ex-girlfriend, fiance, she debunked the whole prenuptial agreement thing, which I think there's still probably some truth to that. But then what came out is, boy, they said Dak Prescott been out there playing the field. Hey, I ain't tripping too hard. If Dak played like he played last year and he was out there playing the field, because that means Dak Prescott was playing the field on the field and playing the field off the field and still balling. Hey, I got a feeling our quarterback is going to be all right, Angie. I have a feeling our quarterback is going to be all right. He gonna be all right. Ray said we in the Gucci store looking for a clearance rack. Hey, yeah. I'm just telling you, okay, we didn't get Trey. We didn't get Crosby. We might not even be thinking about Trey Hendrickson. But Quay Walker is the guy I would have said we're going to spend the money on. I would have spent the money on Quay Walker, even over Devin Lloyd. I would have spent the money on Quay Walker. I really think he should have been the Cowboys' backup plan of, okay, if we don't get Max Crosby, you didn't get Max Crosby, you're not going to go after Trey Hendrickson. I would have spent the money. I really would have spent the money on Quay Walker. Because the reason why I would have loved for the Cowboys to spend the money on Quay Walker is because I would rather not the Cowboys go to the draft and be so heavily dependent upon a draft pick to be that impact player. Because I'll be honest with you, shame on me. I can remember this same time last year. Shame on me. Me and Boss Cowboy were kind of talking about this. Because I was saying that Donovan Ezeraku is going to be Michael Parsons' replacement. And, Boss, he was like, nah, he ain't going to be Michael's replacement because Michael was this generational talent. And I was telling Boss Cowboy, I was like, well, I don't think he's going to be his replacement as in the talent level because I still say they needed multiple players to replace Michael Parsons. But I was like, okay, but I think he will still be a very good pass rusher. He came off a 17.5 campaign in his last year of college. Only for him to come to the NFL, and he didn't take off the way we thought he was going to take off, or at least I thought he was going to take off. I thought he was going to take off by midseason. Found out he had a torn labrum or something. And so, again, we drafted Demarion Overshown. He got injured. So now we draft Donovan Ezeraku. He's supposed to be our pass rush. He got injured. So now we got to wait and see what Donovan Ezeraku is going to be because he's going to miss all the offseason stuff. And I think they said he's going to be back doing training camp. But how much will he play in training camp? So I'm saying all that to say I would have rather them got a Quay Walker. And this is another reason why I'm an advocate of Trey Hendrickson to a degree if the Cowboys can get him on an incentive-laden deal, because I don't want us depending upon a rookie or rookies coming in and having to contribute so hard, so quick, because I think that's one of the ways we ruin players. We bring them in and we set the expectations through the roof for them. Through the roof. They immediately have to come in and start and be these impact players, and us going to the playoffs is dependent upon them getting up to speed real quick. No. I would rather bring in Quay Walker, Trey Hendrickson, guys who get you good right now. They get you good right now. And you get to develop those top first-round picks. You get to develop those top first-round picks and say, okay, now we can put you in on spot duty. We can put you on spot duty and just, we really can use you in certain situations and just get you up to speed. I wish, I just don't like when you, because it's like some players, they can do it. But I think some players, it sets them back. I think it sets some of them back. I really do. Pure Gaming Scopes, he said, I'm getting paid the same amount and I'm in Vegas with the guys. Does Dean already have a Super Bowl? Yeah. Doesn't already have a Super Bowl. I'd rather be, wait a minute, does Nakobe Dean? I think Nakobe Dean does have a Super Bowl, doesn't he? I mean, think about that. Man, I forgot about that, Pure Gaming. Man, you made I forgot about that. I forgot about that, man. I think he was, because, yeah, they just won the Super Bowl, right? If I'm not mistaken, he didn't play in it, right? Didn't he get injured right before the Super Bowl? I forgot about that. Huh. I forgot about that. He was there in the 2024 season. And okay, my memory does serve me right. Nakobe Dean helped them get to the Super Bowl. He didn't play in the Super Bowl. He had a torn patella tendon. Yeah. I forgot about that. But hey, he didn't play in it, though. He didn't play in the Super Bowl. I forgot about it, Pure Gaming, but he does have a Super Bowl ring. He didn't play in the Super Bowl. Demetrius Noel said, G, players aren't playing for championships. They're playing for financial aspiration. And the Cowboys aren't converted like they once was. Yeah. Damon said, how can players select to play for a team in a state that pays state taxes versus a team that doesn't pay state tax? But yeah, you better, hey, me and you on the same shoot. Me and you on the same page. I'd never play in a place like that. USMC says some people rather play in Vegas than Texas. You right. Angie said, that's kind of rainbowish. I'm going because of my boys. Oh, man. John Stanley, don't you worry. They're getting ready to rework some more deals. I think the deal they're going to redo next is going to be Quentin Williams, and then I wouldn't be surprised if they flat out trade Oso Digizua. I won't be surprised if they flat out trade him. I talked about it last week because I'm telling you, I think 105.3 The Fan might have leaked something, and that's why they went back and erased it. But I think Oso Digizua may be a part of a larger plan. Mike McCain. Mike McCain, now, what are you saying here? You said Ravens back out of... Are you saying that the Ravens might back out of the Max Crosby deal? Oh, wait a minute. Breaking. The Ravens backed out of the Max Crosby trade? What? Get out of town. Uh-oh. Hold on. Dude, what? Get out of town. Get out of town. Breaking news. Get out of town. I would say this is April Fool's. What? Man, look at this. They're reporting over here on the Ravens Wire. Look at this. In a move that can only be described as shocking, The Baltimore Ravens reportedly backed out of a blockbuster trade for Raiders star Max Crosby just one day before the move was expected to become official. What? Get out of here. What? Hey, I'm ready to fight if I'm the Raiders, I'm ready to fight, boy. Wow. Crazy work. It says Crosby was in Baltimore on Tuesday, and the move would have sent 2 first-round picks to the Raiders. Crosby recently had knee surgery prior to the season ending in Las Vegas, and he needed to pass a physical before the deal could be confirmed official. Says the Baltimore Ravens have backed out of our trade agreement for Max Crosby. We will have no further comment at this time. Wow. Well, I'll be honest with you. If I were the Dallas Cowboys, I'd come right back to the table. If I were the Dallas Cowboys, I'd come right back to the table with the offer I had up there before. It is obvious from what my understanding is. It seemed to be between them and the Cowboys. If I'm the Raiders, let me tell you something. The Raiders are in a rock and a hard place. The Raiders are in a rock and a hard place. They can't bring him back. They can't bring Crosby back. They cannot do it. I'm telling you, they can't do it. Cowboys may have, hey, man. Hey, Cowboys got another shot. It says, hold on, let me read a couple of these super chats. Frank Lloyd says, since the end of the season, front office launched Eberflus, hired Top Guns defensive coaching staff, kept top-rated offense together. Jerry's getting warmed up to add defensive players. Hey, let me tell you something. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm going right back to the table with the Raiders. I'm going right back to the table with the Raiders. Because now you got them in a rock and a hard place. They can't bring Max Crosby back. They can't. They cannot bring Max Crosby back. Brombowski said, breaking news, breaking news. They cannot bring Crosby back. If I'm the Cowboys, I would go back. The real estate vet said Ravens backed out on Max Crosby. What? I'd go back. Okay, Seafood, he said, you got an email. I got ideas for the channel. Got you. Yes, sir. Reeves Reels Media. Remember this messages. Crosby. Oh, remember this. Crosby knee is bad. Whoa. So hold on a second, Reeves. So you may be saying maybe he didn't pass the physical. So you saying maybe he didn't pass the physical, huh? Because they were saying, if I'm not mistaken, I'm so mixed up on some of these injuries. Didn't they say it was a meniscus issue and they just wanted to clean it up? Isn't that kind of what they said? They said they was cleaning up the meniscus. And from what my understanding was, I can remember they were saying it was nothing serious. Interesting. Yeah, I know he didn't have one with Dallas. He was 8.5 with Dallas. But I tell you this, man, if Trey could get us 10, but wait a minute, hold on a second. This thing with Max Crosby is crazy. Crazy work. Wow. Crazy work. Let me get down in the comments. Some of y'all seen this already. I am so ready for this news to come out and why would they back out of that deal? It has to be something with the physical. Has to be something with the physical. Has to be something with the physical. Rico Jones, what's going on? Has to be something with the physical. This has got to be one of the craziest developments. Wow. So Real Reeves Let me read that again. Reeves said the knee is bad. Big Rumbowski said Diana Rossini on X just posted. Oh, I just said it, didn't I? He must have failed the physical. Wow! Wow! Crazy! Crazy! So, wait a minute. USMC, tell me this part ain't funny. So that means that Max Crosby, even had the Cowboys done it, the deal don't even go through. Golly, that's crazy work. That is crazy work. Now, somebody was talking about this, and I don't know if y'all remember, but I brought this up when people were talking about Trey Hendrickson and his injuries. Y'all remember we was talking about that? And I brought up the fact Trey Hendrickson, y'all remember when I brought up the fact Max Crosby had been under the knife 3 seasons in a row. And remember what I told you? He was trying to sell people on that his knee injury was nothing and he's healthy and he's ahead of schedule. Well, he must not have been ahead of schedule. He must not have been ahead of schedule. He must not have been ahead of schedule. There's no way he was ahead of the schedule. There's no way. There's no way. So now the Cowboys are going to have another opportunity to go back. Terry Tatum, he said, I just heard the Cowboys offering Osa for a trade. Yeah, we knew that was coming. Wow, this is crazy work with Max Crosby. Man, let me tell you something. That has got to be embarrassing. That has got to be embarrassing. I don't know any way around it. That's got to be embarrassing. Especially when Max Crosby himself was selling that he was ahead of schedule. Wow. Oh man, it's all over X. It's all over X. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. Wow. Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Jane Slater. Wow. Jane Slater said, Cowboy fans, I know where y'all are going with this. I'm inquiring about, but this is something. Yeah. Wow. James Palmer. Wow. This has got to be the biggest news I've heard in free agency in years. The Michael Parsons trade don't even compare to this. Is crazy. Wow. Did not pass the physical. It said just yesterday, Max made multiple posts how he is in Baltimore and fired up to play for the Ravens. The trade just fell through and the Raiders are blaming the Ravens for this. What the hell happened to the Crosby-Baltimore trade? It says the Raiders are blaming the Ravens for this. Wonder what that means. Why would they be blaming the Ravens? There's going to be more to this story. I guarantee you there is more to this story. Didn't pass the physical. Well. Ooh, I bet you. Ooh, this man on the screen right here. This man right here. This man right here on the screen that we were just talking about earlier. This man right here, I'm telling y'all right now. Trey Hendrickson's stock just went up. Trey Hendrickson's stock just went up. If Trey Hendrickson can pass a physical, this man's stock just went through the roof. Just went through the roof. Hold on, let me post something real quick. I'm telling y'all right now, man, if I'm Trey Hendrickson, this is what I just posted on X. I just posted this on X. Trey Hendrickson after the Crosby news. boy, I'm telling you right now. Trey Hendrickson right now, boy. Trey Hendrickson right now. Man, come on, man. If this dude can pass a physical, if Trey Hendrickson can pass a physical, oh my, this man finna make some money. He about to make some money, man. What up, Randy? Appreciate you. I'm telling y'all right now, if Trey Hendrickson can pass a physical, this man is about to get paid. Boy, he about to get paid. What's going on, Aussie? This man about to get paid if he can pass a physical. I'm telling you right now, he gonna get paid. Trey gonna get paid, man. I'm telling y'all. Y'all, this is the craziest news ever. Edgy, you said on that Dak Prescott, you said that's why I DM. Edgy. Man, let me tell you something. Dak ain't gonna say a word, but I think that girl, she tired of people talking about her. I think she tired of people talking about it. She gonna put some stuff out on her own. All right, man. Austin. Hey, Crosby back on the market. I tell you this, Austin Lord. If somebody get him, that price just went way down. That price just went through the floor. That price went through the floor. He just went from a $30 million man to about a $10 million, maybe 15 at the most. Brandon said, come on. He said, Crosby's niece said, nah. I see you, Brandon. Golly, I'm telling y'all right now, boy, Trey Hendrickson is like, man, shoot. Hendrickson right now, shoot. Hendrickson said, I'm about to get paid. Hendrickson said, I'm about to get paid, boy. All right, let's go over to the fan. Somebody just told me that the fan is talking about it. Hold on a second. Let's see if they can give us some insight. That is crazy work. Crazy work. All right, let's see.
Some co-workers, they're talking about, whoa. Like, what happened? Who did we sign? Who did the Cowboys sign?
Right.
Something is a Cowboy thing, and it's not a Cowboy thing. It's the news that shocked the world, shocked the NFL, that Max Crosby is no longer going to be a Baltimore Raven. They canceled the trade 2 first-round picks. Apparently failed his physical. But, you look at what the Raiders did after the trade, all the money they spent.
Seriously.
They can't fit him under the cap. Look at what the Ravens did, all the players that lost. And it just mixes up everything they did in free agency and all the other teams that pivoted have not been able to get Crosby, like the Cowboys who got Rashawn Gary after offering a first and second round pick for Crosby. What do? Do you rethink your situation?
Wow.
Do you somehow go try to find a way to get Crosby? We'll see how serious his knee injury is or whatever else he couldn't fail his physical. But clearly the Raiders have to trade him because of all the things that they did. They spent so much money in free agency.
I said
so
the same thing.
They got to trade him, but they're not getting 2 first-round picks now. Okay, they have to lower their trade offer, their trade demands, and then we'll see. And, do you want the Cowboys to get back and play? Let's see how serious this knee injury is.
Chill, you've been doing this a long time. How surprised are you that they went ahead
Jerry, send him that number 20.
and rescinded this thing because of a balky knee? And again, this is all alleged. I'm sure we'll find out more as the night wears on. But I mean, don't you think that there had to be some discussion prior to this trade being consummated that they knew that? I mean, the whole world knew he was coming off of a knee injury.
Well, a knee surgery, and you remember, and we go back to the end of the season when the Ravens tried to, put him on IR and said we're going to save him the last 2 games. Because you need to have his knee surgery, and really they were trying to protect his trade value because they knew this possibly could happen. And he balked, and he said, "I'm healthy," and he was showing pictures shooting for the gym. You remember all that stuff?
Yep.
And he acted like nothing wrong with my knee, but he wouldn't have surgery. So we're thinking maybe it's something just simple, just a scope, not a major surgery. And certainly this is months since that surgery happened, and certainly Ravens knew all about the surgery, or they wouldn't have made the trade. But the fact that they have counseled the trade, that raises a lot of eyebrows, a lot of red flags on what's really going on with that knee, what's wrong with the knee, how serious that knee, because you just don't. They knew about the surgery. They knew about the recovery. They had to know everything about the rehab to take on that contract before they'd agreed to trade 2 first-round picks. And now all of a sudden he's in Baltimore today and he fails his physical because you look at his Twitter, he's in Baltimore today.
Yeah.
And they're getting ready because everything's official tomorrow, but they're probably getting ready to have a press conference and everything else. And all of a sudden they announced, nope, you got to go. We're not doing this. Something big had to be shown on that physical.
So Jane said that she believes the Cowboys will be trying to ask questions. What do you think happens next for the Cowboys in their advancement with Max Crosby, trying to bring him in, lower value? What do you think happens next, Joe?
I mean, that's just doing your due diligence. I mean, you got to ask questions. You got to find out. That's just part of the game. Whether they go and make an offer after they've already, pivoted to Gary is a whole other question. And again, you have to ask the question because they offer the first and the second. Well, I'm not offering you a first and second.
No, not anymore.
Right?
Not anymore.
And clearly the Raiders didn't want to do the deal after they remade their whole roster. You look at all the players they lost. So something that's serious is going on. So you have to ask the question. And I don't know if the Raiders, where they are cap-wise, and because they spent a lot of money.
$270 million.
And they need to get this done before the beginning of league year tomorrow. They may be in a rush to get it done because he's on their cap.
Chill.
All the things that all the players they had to move. So yeah, you can ask questions, but I don't know if we're gonna get all the answers until you get him in to see your own doctors. Like the Ravens did. I don't know if anybody get all the answers.
Well, since you think they're going to have to be moving Crosby soon because the new league year starting just at tomorrow, what do you think that value will be? Because teams aren't going to have a lot of time to do their own medical checks and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, we know a healthy Crosby, the market was 2 first-round picks. Where does it go now? I don't know. I mean, I literally, this just happened. Everybody's shocked that he's available. And what is, again, it's on the Ravens. And what they have to take and how desperate will they be to move him? It's one thing to have a demand when you got suitors and you got time and you can really go through it. I don't know all the particulars because again this just happened. I really don't know their salary cap situation, but I'm assuming they may have to make some moves to get this to be cap compliant by tomorrow. So I don't know what their desperation level is. That certainly brings the market way down.
Do you think, and just real quick, last thing on this, because I'm not going to say this is unprecedented. You don't see this very often. I mean, yeah, you'll have a player, that doesn't pass a physical and the occasional trade gets rescinded from time to time. I can't remember the last time it happened to a player of this stature, and certainly on the eve of like you said, the regular season, or excuse me, the official league season starting tomorrow. And so will the NFL, do you think, step in and grant some sort of delay for the Raiders? Because like I said, now they operated, and as you alluded to, the entire league operated under the guise of, hey, he's been moved. We all got to move on. We all got to react accordingly. And so, will the Raiders be granted some kind of exception, do you think, to try to kind of reevaluate this thing and whether or not he ends up coming back or not?
Yeah, I don't think that will be right. I mean, everybody, listen, you made the decision. You didn't have to trade him.
Yeah.
Should have kept him. Okay, you signed him. Washington would give you an exception because a player that you operate on is hurt. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
There's players that have to retire because of injury. So we can't give you a exception to the salary cap because the team you traded to, he failed a physical. That's on you, and that's on the Ravens to figure that out. That's not on the league to figure that out.
Fair enough. All right, well, let's pivot to your Dallas Cowboys. And 4 players in. I don't know that anybody's – look, it's been a solid free agency, but I don't know that anybody's going to call the –
Wait. Wait a minute. Let me tell you what's crazy about this. Let me tell you what's crazy about this. Nobody has signed anything to paper. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. The Raiders haven't signed anybody to paper. The paper don't go into effect until tomorrow. Y'all tell me. Maybe these other players, what if they backed out? What if they backed out? The Raiders are going to be over the cap. What if they backed out? What if the Raiders say, well, if we can't do the Crosby thing, then what if the Raiders were to say, well, we can't sign both Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean? What if one of them came back out into free agency? What if one of them? Because technically, the Raiders have not traded Max Crosby. No ink has went on the paper. Crosby just goes back to the Raiders in the grand scheme of things. And the Raiders could just simply say, Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean, you're back out there in free agency. Wow. What? Boy, this... Man, let me tell y'all something. This may set a new precedent. The league may need to consider doing something different because you get all of these different teams. Let's just say you get 4 or 5 different teams involved in a player like a Max Crosby with the understanding he's going to pass the physical. And then he don't pass the physical. What do? You can't really say the team that got Max Crosby is out of luck when in reality nothing has been put in or put down on paper. In actuality, all of those things that you do should probably be more predicated upon players passing physicals. And if players don't pass physicals, then those deals, all of them should be. What else are you going to do? The Raiders can't keep Max Crosby. They're way where they was way under the cap. They're way over the cap. They can't keep Max Crosby. Man, this is crazy. I'm definitely interested in what they're going to do. Creed Grish, what's up? He said, what if the Cowboys knew the whole time? That's why they didn't make a big move yet. Man, they tried to give up a first and a second. Hey, but I tell you what. I'm going to tell you what right now, King Grish. If I was Jerry Jones, man, I'd be sending my doctors to Baltimore right now. I'm going to tell you right now, I meet Max Crosby, he be wondering what's going on. I meet Max Crosby at the doggone airport. But hey, we flying you private today, bro. What you talking about? Hey, we got our doctors. We want him to look at your knee and tell us what is the healing time on your knee and when would you be ready? And if he could guarantee that he would be ready by training camp, close to the beginning of the season, man, I'd throw the Raiders a second-round pick. Throw the Raiders a second-round pick for next year and be done with it. Ron Bosky said, my best guess after the exam, Baltimore feels like he's not going to be 100% ready for the start of 2026, so that changes giving up 2 first-round picks. Yeah. But Big Ron Bosky, you know what's crazy to me? They may be backing all the way out. Because I'm just wondering if maybe they're going to keep him. Maybe they say, okay, we'll keep him, but we'll only give you one first-round pick, and that's be 2027. But the problem is the Raiders are in a pickle because they're way over the salary cap. Lynn said, gee, unless this injury is more than what the Ravens thought, like Keith Sweat, something just ain't right. Yeah, I'm with you on that too, Lynn. I'm with you on that too because they had to know this. They had to know this even before this. They had to know that, what was going on with the knee. But again, maybe they saw it and said, we're not comfortable. Edgy said the Raiders tried to fleece people. And you never know, too. You know what? Maybe the Ravens were kind of like, maybe the Ravens also were kind of like, man, I don't know if we should have did this. Because I'm trying to understand why would somebody say that it was the Raiders' fault? Why would they be saying that? Why would they be saying it's the Ravens? The Raiders said it's the Ravens' fault. Why would they be saying such a thing? That's odd to me. That is odd to me. That's crazy. That's all I can tell you. That's crazy to me. I've never heard anything like this before. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like this. I just haven't. Never heard of anything like this because it messes with so many. It messes with so many people. It really does. So if I'm the Cowboys, man, I'm sending my doctors out. Shoot, I'm gonna send my doctors out if I'm the Cowboys. I gotta see why he failed this physical. And if I can get this dude, shoot, hey man, we'll throw you that second. Throw you that second from next year. Throw that second from next year, and depending upon how good it is, we might give you that 20. We might give your Raiders. We might give you that number 20 pick. But guess what you're gonna have to do, Raiders? You're gonna have to give us a second round pick. Yeah, it ain't gonna be Crosby and a pick no more. It's gonna be Crosby. It's gonna be Crosby, a pick, and a pick for a pick. Yeah, Poopy D, he said he's not worth our first rounders. Yeah. Frank Lawrence said no trade for top 20s. No, man, he said final answer. Man, hey, Catherine Kids, what's going on? Man, let me tell you something right now. Max Crosby got to be crying right now. Max Crosby has got to be crying right now. Angie, you saw what I just posted on X. I'm going to show you again. Angie, if I'm Trey Hendrickson, hey, this is me all day right here. I know where I am right now. I know where I am right now. If I can pass a physical, oh no, I'm about to get paid. Somebody about to pay me. Somebody is about to pay me. Somebody about to pay me. I'm telling you. Yeah, G, he said, I remember you said that. Mark Davis, I'm telling you. What's that old song by, was it Lenny Kravitz? It ain't over till it's over. It ain't over till it's over. But still, something ain't right, though. Something ain't right because they knew Trey Hendrickson was injured. They knew he was injured, y'all. So, what gives? What did they look at? Angie, they already saying it. They said Baltimore go to get Trey now. Angie, I'm telling you. Man, I'm telling you right now. If I was Trey Hendrickson, y'all, I'm not even being funny. I'd have went in the room by myself and been jumping up and down. I would have went in a room by myself and been jumping up and down because I know I'm about to get paid. I'm about to get paid. I know I'm about to get paid. I'm about to get paid. Morgan Marcherio, hey, what's going on, Morgan? Morgan said Jerry going to buy him a new knee. Come on home, Max. Hey, Morgan, I'm telling you right now, man, Jerry probably got his doctors on the plane, bro. Jerry probably got his doctors on the plane. They gonna intercept Max Crosby like in one of the military operations. Jerry gonna have them to intercept the plane in the sky. They gonna transport Max Crosby in the sky on the plane, bro. I guarantee you right now, Jerry Jones is sitting back somewhere like, we got him. Jerry Jones somewhere like, we got him. We got him. Second round pick 2027. Jerry said, I got him, boy. This is crazy work. But again, I'm wondering why the Raiders are saying this is the Ravens' fault. I wonder why they're saying it's the Ravens' fault. I would really like to know that. Because how would it be the Ravens' fault? Even though I would say the Ravens would have already, they knew he was hurt. So what did they see in the physical? Okay, he had knee meniscus work. What did they see? Shoot, Kippy said, let's go. Let's get him for a cup of coffee. Man, let me tell you something. Pure gaming. We went to the Gucci store and the buckle broke. We went to the Gucci store. Somebody went to the Gucci store and the buckle broke. And since the buckle broke on somebody at the Gucci store, we can get us a new buckle. We'll take that Gucci belt for about $3/4. We'll take that for about $1/4 of the price it was before. Yeah, we'll take that Gucci with the broke. We'll take that Gucci with the broke buckle. We'll get us a new buckle for that Gucci belt. Yeah, if I'm Jerry right now, boy, I got to get my doctors out there to see what's going on. Hey, I'm awake, boy. You ain't lying. The NFL is wild, especially this past season. Man, I'm awake, boy. This got to be the craziest. Man, this got to be one of the craziest free agencies ever, man. Catherine Kid said, hey, forget the first round picks for Max. Sure, we'll give you one of the 5th round picks. Catherine, we'll give him 2 of them. Hey, we'll give you 2 of them. We'll give you them 2. We'll give you them 2 5th round compensatory picks. We give them 2 compensatory picks. Shoot. Man. Boy, you should be able to get him dirt cheap now. Boy, I bet you Max Crosby's somewhere crying right now. I bet you Max Crosby is somewhere crying right now. But you know what? I told y'all this when we were talking about Max Crosby. I told y'all this. This is what Mark Davis is talking about. I told y'all this about Max Crosby. Everybody was talking about Trey Hendrickson. This is Trey Hendrickson's first time going under the knife. This dude, Trey Hendrickson, has been under the knife 3 times now. It's like after every season, he's got to go under the knife. And I told y'all it seemed like something was strange. He was so hard trying to sell himself as being healthy, because that's what Clarence Hill was saying. He was trying to sell to everybody he was healthy. Why would he be trying to sell that? Why would he have to even sell that? Knowing full well that any team that trades for him, you got to take a physical. Come on, man. Come on, man. Something ain't right about that. Shoot, Ice Cold Cowboy said give up next year's 7th rounder. Boy. Rod X, he said, we found that clearance rack in the Louis Vuitton store. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We found them. Hey, we found them. Hey, Rod X, we found them Gucci belts with the broke buckle on them, man. Hey, man, it's got a broke buckle, bro. I'll give you $1/4 what it's worth. Yep. We found something broke at the Gucci store. Yeah, we found something broke at the Gucci store. So we gonna have to go and pick that up from you, man. We got to go and pick it up, man. I'm telling you now. If I'm Jerry, I'm sending my doctors out there. I gotta see what's going on. I will wait. He said Jerry got to bring him in. Though we're going. Boy, man, let me tell you something, boy. Boy, let me tell you right now, boy. This has got to be one of the craziest things, boy. Man, I'm telling y'all now, if Jerry Jones gets Max Crosby, Cowboys Nation going crazy even with an injury. I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it. Hold on, let me post something else here because I'm telling you right now. Jerry Jones? Shoot. Bet you Jerry Jones. All right, I had to change up. I had to change up my GIF on the new one. I had to change up my GIF. Yeah, this Jerry Jones right now, boy. This Jerry Jones after that Max Crosby news. This Jerry Jones after that Max Crosby news, boy. Shoot, Jerry Jones said, I'm about to do this. I'm about to do this. Shoot, Jerry thinking about 5th round pick, 2nd round pick from next year. Jerry said, anything but a first. I can have Max Crosby. I'd never imagined. JP, I bet he can play, but you get him, you got to understand, he's probably not going to be ready until maybe the 3rd, 4th, 5th game of the season. But if your doctors would tell you that he'll be back to full speed, then I would have to really make a serious consideration, contingent upon what could I now, because I'm telling you right now, y'all remember what I was talking about in the beginning with negotiation? This is the kind of negotiating the Cowboys like to do. This is the kind of negotiating the Cowboys like to do. Got a player that's injured. So what the Cowboys gonna do? Cowboys gonna probably come to him and try to offer him something. Try to offer the Raiders something. And say, we'll take him. Our doctor say he can get him back up to speed. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys took a chance with way less risk. I wouldn't. JTX May said he had a torn meniscus, the same thing that kept J.J. McCarthy out of his rookie season when he tore his meniscus in preseason. Yeah. Now, you remember JTX May? They were saying that his injury was not that serious. I can remember this like yesterday. I was talking about it. They said it was just a little cleanup. That's what they were selling. Then the Baltimore Ravens go in there and just, obviously they saw something different. Nisa said, Max still Gippy, come on over and be a part of the Ligament Boys. I'm sorry, Nisa said, Max still Gippy, come on over and be a part of the Ligament Boys. Yeah. Nisa, I'm telling you, this fits what the Cowboys do. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought him in. I'm telling you, Nisi, I wouldn't be surprised they brought him in. I just wouldn't. It would not surprise me one bit. And at a very cheap price. Brought him over here at a very, very cheap price. Hey, get your doctors to go look at him. Tell him what you think. If you can get him and get him back up to speed, I'd say take a chance. Take a chance. Ace Wade. Let me go over to X. Hey, Ace Wade, didn't I tell you this is what the Cowboys do? Man, I just showed you that picture. Hey, I'm telling you right now, Ace Wade, when Jerry heard that news on Max Crosby, this was Jerry Jones. I'm telling you right now, boy, that was Jerry Jones right there. Man, Jerry Jones got to rubbing them hands together like Birdman, boy. Boy, man, Jerry got on that phone, boy. Shoot, Jerry said, hey, get the doctors ready. We going to Baltimore. Jerry said, we got to check on Crosby. He said, we got to check on Crosby, boy. I wouldn't be surprised they say, hey, the Dallas Cowboys, they report tomorrow. The Dallas Cowboys. They've already put Max Crosby through the physical. And the Cowboys are trading for Max Crosby. Uh-oh. Osa Odigizua. Osa Odigizua. And next year's second. Osa Odigizua. Tell you right now, hey, get the jet. Get the jet. Gas it up. We're going to Baltimore. Round up all the doctors. We got a physical to do. Big Rabowski said the doctors aren't analyzing just healing time, but they're diagnosing how stable that knee will be and how much it can take the grind of an NFL season going forward. Hey, let me tell you something, Rabowski. Tell me where you are on this. Let me tell you where I am. If the Cowboys could get Max Crosby for let's say less than $20 million. Less than $20 million in the second round pick, maybe, next year. And you told me he would be ready by November. I'd still roll. I'd probably roll. I would roll. Because if we can get him during a playoff run while the defense has really gotten together, man, depending upon what I would hear, I'd have to roll. I'd have to take a chance. Rombowski said the Raiders didn't say that. They simply said Baltimore backed out, which was within their right after the physical failed. Yeah. But somebody reported, I thought that was what we were just looking at. They were saying that the Raiders said it was the Ravens' fault. Strange to me. Jeremy Betts said, second thought, when we think about that gut feeling must have kicked in, laugh out loud. Yeah. Hey, Draw Man, what up? Draw Man said Buddy was lying. Draw Man, Max Crosby has been on a campaign out there, bro, talking about his knee is fine, his knee is good, his knee is fine. Must not been too good. X fan, he said, we found the clearest record in Louis' store. He's got another one. He said, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling doctors. He said that's what the doctors, he said what the Raiders probably said. He said, I almost got away with it, boy. I almost got away with it. Golly, that is the craziest news. I'm awake. You know what? This is in the back of my mind too. Court case upcoming. Because, man, this looks bad on Max Crosby. Demetrius Noel said we can give them Tolbert for Crosby. I thought Tolbert was a free agent already. Bass said, come up off that gap. He said, I agree, G. We snatching them shoes. Hey, man. Hey, man. I got it. Hey, man. Catherine the Kiss, Jerry keep the best doctors on. Hey, he got to keep the best doctors on tap. That's why Jerry's still alive. Shoot. Man, Jerry got the best doctors that money can buy. Yep, I'm awake. Second opinion. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mark Anthony, he said, let him go. He said edge rushers are very deep in the draft. Yeah. But like I said, Mark, man, if we can get him for pennies on the dollar. I mean, if you can get him for pennies on the dollar, hey, man. Just hold on to him. Don't try to rush him back. Hold on to him. Let him get fully healthy. Man, Max on a good to great defense. And he might be all right coming back. We're going to see. I guarantee you, though. I guarantee you. Jerry Jones is out there lurking. He lurking, I guarantee you. Kippy said Quinion Mitchell and Rick Wolin versus CD and Pickens. He said, I can't wait to see that. Oh, man, let me tell you something. Pickens and CD Lamb, I anticipate this year, man, they're going to be even nastier than last year. They're going to be even nastier than last year. Yeah. They're going to be even nastier than last year. Let me see something here. Ace Wade was saying Tom Pelissero said the Cowboys are still interested. I want to see if I can see that over here. All right, so let's listen to Ian Rappaport. He's going to tell us a little bit about this, too.
Fitness. It is really a decision that the team makes about go back to the word failed physical, because that has been something that has been discussed. There really is no such thing as a failed physical, right? Because every player has varying levels of medical fitness. It is really a decision that the team makes about what risk they are willing to assume. In other words, if the Baltimore Ravens paid $1 million and no draft picks for go back to
I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not a gambler. I'm almost willing to bet Crosby gonna be in Dallas. I would not be surprised if Max Crosby wound up in Dallas. I just would not be surprised. I'm telling you now. I just wouldn't be surprised if he wound up in Dallas. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't be surprised. This is a Jerry Jones move. It really is. It's a Jerry Jones type of move. And especially if Jerry could get this at a low risk. I mean, because it sounds like from what they're saying, and this is why I say I want to hear the rest of this story. Because Ian Rappaport, if you're just kind of checking out what he's saying, it sounds like this is kind of like a semantical argument of maybe it wasn't so much that he failed the physical, as in he wouldn't be ready to play, but more of they're not willing to take the risk based on what they're giving up, if that makes sense. Because it sounds like he was basically saying that if the Ravens were not giving up so much, they might just say, okay, we'll go ahead and keep him because it's not that big of a deal. But in giving up 2 first-round picks, they're saying we're not willing to risk it. Yeah, they're saying we're not willing to risk it. So I would be very interested in someone else. Like doing a second opinion on this, because it doesn't sound like they're saying that the knee is destroyed. It doesn't sound like that's what they're saying. It's just saying that they're not willing to take the risk based on what they've given up, if that makes sense. That sounds like what Ian Rappaport just said. Look at this right here, y'all. Look. Boy, these people on X is crazy. Boy, look at this right here, y'all. This is from Dan Rogers. It said Max Crosby did not pass his physical today, although the doctor who performed the evaluation is now being questioned. Boy, these people crazy. Boy. Crazy. Says Max Rossini, he said he underwent the testing today at the Ravens facility. Baltimore made the decision as an organization that it could not move forward with the deal based on the results of the medical. Yeah, and like I said, I would like to hear the rest of the story on this, because they may not have been willing to take the risk on it based on what they're giving up, but someone else may be willing to take the risk on it because they may not have to give up as much. So, boy, this is crazy to me, boy. This is absolutely crazy to me. Look at this right here over here on the betting line over here on Poly Market. They said now the Cowboys' chances of getting Max Crosby. Boy, they said just went up to 37%, boy. Man, this is crazy. No, I've never heard of anything like this. Wow, this is a very good question here, too. Somebody named Ari Mayrov, he said the Cowboys traded for Rashawn Gary, but the deal is not official either. Do they cancel it and jump back on the Max Crosby deal? The ripple effects are crazy. Yeah, I mean, because everybody could back out of what they're doing. Okay, it's also saying that Hendrickson is expected to make his decision on Wednesday with what offers are on the table. Somebody's going to get him tomorrow, I guarantee you. This is crazy, man. This Max Crosby report is the craziest thing I've heard ever in free agency. So this is what they were reporting, because I reported on this. It says the question, however, might not be answered for some time. Sources clarified that Crosby actually underwent a minor meniscus repair, not a trim, on January the 7th, meaning his recovery will be measured in months, not weeks. A meniscus trim is often 4 to 6 weeks of recovery, while a repair can be 3 to 4 months. Crosby's should be shorter. It says Crosby is ahead of schedule, and the repair was considered to be a best case scenario situation. It likely means he won't be medically cleared before free agency officially begins on March 11th at the start of the new league year. Now, hold on a second. Now, this is why the Raiders may be blaming the Ravens for this. This is why the Raiders may be blaming the Ravens. Because this report, and I think this was written, let me see. This report was written on February the 8th. Ian Rappaport wrote this, that he wouldn't pass the physical on March the 11th. They knew this, that he probably wouldn't pass the physical. Hold on, let me go back to that point again. It says right here clearly, while Crosby is ahead of schedule and the repair was considered to be a best case scenario situation, it likely means he won't be medically cleared before free agency officially begins on March the 11th at the start of the new league year. So my question is this. My question is this to everybody. Well, if Ian Rappaport knew this, so we're supposed to believe the Ravens didn't know this before they made the trade? DC4L George, he said, I wouldn't trust the Ravens. They didn't like to give up 2 first-round picks. Hey, this sounds a little strange to me. They already knew. If Ian Rappaport knew he would not pass the physical before the new league year begins on March the 11th, if he knew this, so we're telling me the Ravens didn't know this. Sounds strange to me. Y'all tell me what y'all think. This sounds strange to me. So we're saying that the Ravens didn't already know this. The Ravens didn't already know this. This was February the 8th. They didn't already know this. It's right here in black and white. I'm sure many people read this article. He won't be medically cleared before free agency officially begins on March the 11th at the start of the new year. They didn't know this. Man, this sounds a little strange to me, bro. I'm sorry. This sounds a little strange to me. If I'm the Cowboys, I gotta get a second opinion. If I'm the Cowboys, I gotta go in on this. I have to go in on this. Because I want you to see, just look at these statements again. Sources clarified that Crosby actually underwent a minor meniscus repair. So let's deal with the first part. Not a trim. On January the 7th, meaning his recovery would be measured in months, not weeks. A meniscus trim is often 4 to 6 weeks of recovery, while a repair is 3 to 4 months. Crosby should be shorter. So we're saying that the Ravens didn't know this. Surely the Ravens knew this. Unless this report is a lie. It's the only thing that would make sense. Unless this report is a lie. But why would a doctor say it was a minor meniscus repair and then turns out that it's a major meniscus repair? But I don't even know. They're not even saying that. But I think the key statement is the highlight. He won't be medically cleared before free agency officially begins on March the 11th. So why make the doggone trade then? Why make the doggone trade then? Why go through all the trouble of the trade in the first place? That's dumb to me. Why would you go through? I wouldn't even go through all that. I wouldn't even go through all of that. Choice said, gee, with Crosby going back, Raiders cannot those players. Would you prefer Crosby or Dallas get Dean? Crosby eats into Raiders money. You know what, Choice, I'd want to know what is the severity of Max Crosby's deal? I mean, Max Crosby's injury. I mean, I try to get both of them. Because if Max Crosby's price go down, you could probably get him and Nakobe Dean. I'd try to roll with both of them if I could. But this doesn't make sense to me. Because it says here that this is basically public knowledge that he wasn't going to pass a physical. So the Raiders puts him through whatever they put him through, and they don't like it. As if he was going to pass it in the first place. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. If I'm a team that wants Max Crosby, I'm telling you, I'm making it my business. Can we get this man a physical tomorrow? What do we got to do to get this man a physical and exam tomorrow? Because if I'm the Cowboys, if I'm the Buffalo Bills, if I'm the Detroit Lions, if I'm the Chicago Bears, these teams are actually interested in Max Crosby. I gotta do my due diligence. But I'm gonna tell you the crazy part. The crazy part is, other than the Dallas Cowboys, those other teams have already made some serious free agent moves. So in order for them to get Max Crosby, they would have to back out of some things. They'd have to back out of some things. And so some of those players would come back up. Some of those players would come back up. This is crazy. I'm just wondering how everybody's going to handle this. Gary Bookwalter, you see what I'm showing right now. I'm with you. Is this made up? Because it don't make sense to me, because the Baltimore Ravens, they would already know this. They would know he's not going to pass the physical. So what did they put him through? What did they put him through? It don't make sense to me. You brought him to the physical. You brought him to the facility to test what? What you already knew? He couldn't pass a physical. So what did you look at? I mean, they said it was a trim. You got the doctor's report, I'm sure. So if you look at the doctor's report tells you what it is. Did you go in there and it wasn't what they said it was? This don't make sense to me. If I'm Max Crosby, I'm awake mentioned this earlier. If I'm Max Crosby, I may have to get my lawyer involved for defamation of character. Or not defamation of character, but defamation, because I want y'all to understand what they just cost Max Crosby. I mean, they just cost Max Crosby what? They just cost Max Crosby almost $100 million. This cost him $100 million almost. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Doomsday Cowboys. He said, do you think the Cowboys will make another offer? I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I 100% believe it. Them boys, hey, I think they're gonna go after him. Bass said a lawsuit incoming. They coming up off them picks. It's crazy. It's crazy. Rumbowski said exactly. Max is going to be fine, and the Raiders are not trying to fool anyone. Another NFL team will happily pass Max for the right price, and it will not be for 2 first-round picks anymore. That's all. Hey, let me tell you something. Big Rumbowski. This is right up the Cowboys' alley. Because I want y'all to think about this. The Cowboys haven't run. What have the Cowboys really done in free agency? You talking about bust the budget? This is what the whole conversation was when we began. Cowboys haven't busted the budget. Cowboys haven't busted the budget. Of all these teams that have went out there and made all these moves, these preliminary moves, Cowboys haven't done anything. I believe the Cowboys could keep what they've done and still get Max Crosby. They can still get Max Crosby. Man, you redo Quentin Williams, trade Oso Digizua, just trade him straight out. Just trade him to the Raiders. They'll probably take him. They'll take him not to have to do something with Max Crosby's deal. They would probably take him straight across. You could probably get them from, hey, take Osa and a third from next year. They'd probably say, okay, we'll take it. But the Max Crosby thing stinks. It stinks. And I think this is why this article was saying that the Raiders are blaming the Ravens. Well, doesn't this make sense? What did you put him through? Ian Rappaport reported February the 8th. He would not be cleared medically for free agency, but you traded for him anyway. That's crazy. That's crazy right there. That is crazy. But I say, hey, good for us. Good for us. If I'm the Cowboys, shoot. Man, I'm in that mirror. All I see is Birdman. That's all I see. All I see is Birdman. Shoot, I already got my day. Say, we going to Baltimore. We going to Baltimore. That's all I'm telling them. We got business to take care of. I'm going to Baltimore. Man, I'm finna get this dude a physical. Shoot, I'll be up, man. I'm telling you, I'll be up in there talking crazy. I'll be talking crazy to Max Crosby right now if I was Jerry Jones. We'd never do you like that in Dallas. Come on to Dallas and help us become a winner. Shoot, man. It's crazy to me. Ron Harris said, true, G, this drama with Max fits our MO. Ain't no drama like drama in Dallas. Yeah, bring him in. Angie, Dak Prescott would probably love it. We bring in Max Crosby, they won't be talking about Dak Prescott no more. Bring him on in. Bring him on in. Let me see here. Somebody made a good point about Baltimore's front office. Steele Darrell, he said, you guys act like Ozzie Newsome didn't build a first-class front office for Ravens. I don't want to see him with a star on his helmet. Steele Darrell. But based on what I'm showing you, something isn't right, though. Again, tell me where this makes sense. February the 8th, it clearly says he won't be medically cleared before free agency. This is a public article. The Ravens had to know, too, he wasn't going to pass a physical. So my question is, what did they put him through? What did they put him through? That he obviously wasn't going to pass. Max Crosby isn't ready to be out there running around and doing any kind of drills or, you know, what did they put him to? I would like to know, what did they put him through to come to the conclusion of a conclusion? Watch this. What did they put him through to come to a conclusion we already knew was going to be the conclusion? It says right there, Ian Rappaport said he would not be medically cleared before free agency officially begins on March the 11th. So you're telling me the Ravens bring him in on March the 10th and run him through some kind of physical or run him through whatever they ran him through, and he don't pass it. Really? Really? It's no surprise he didn't pass it. Something don't smell right. That's all I'm telling you. Something, as Keith Sweat said. Something just ain't right. And I'm not telling you that the Ravens are trying to do whatever they're trying to do. But there is a story here. I'm not going to be surprised if we hadn't heard the last of this. I'm not going to be surprised if we hadn't heard the last of this. Bama Boy said, gee, maybe Crosby told the Raiders, no, let me go to Dallas. That's my hotel. Mike T, they had a second thought, backed out going with a different plan. Yeah. Bass said something fishy from all three parties. Max himself, Ravens and Raiders. Something, man, is crazy. Something is crazy. Ron said, why trade for him only to back out? To me, that sounds like you didn't want to give up the 2 first-round picks. Ron, this is simple for me. This article a month ago said he was not going to be medically cleared. Ravens trade for him and then come back and tell us he's not medically cleared? What? Tell me where that makes sense. Tell me where that makes sense. Gravedigger said if Hendrickson signs with the Ravens tomorrow, we'll know what happened. He said they changed their mind. Yeah. Still Daryl. Baltimore seen something they didn't like when they did his physical. And that's the question. What did they see? What did they see? Because it already said he wasn't going to be medically cleared. So what did they see that made them go, this is worse than what we thought? What do you mean worse than what we thought? The understanding is because, again, unless this is a lie, it was a minor meniscus repair. Man, people play through torn meniscus. People play through that. They said it was only a meniscus. I couldn't see where, and I don't know. I just got a strange feeling that doctors are not going to lie on this is a minor meniscus repair. Brian Woodbury, he said being medically cleared is not the same as a physical. And again, Brian Woodbury, this is my question as I show this again. You already knew he wasn't going to be medically cleared. What did you put him through, or what did you see? Because it says they took him to some kind of physical, some kind of facility or something. So, hey man, I'm like Keith Sweat, but I tell you this: if I'm Max Crosby, I'm steaming right now because you just cost this man $100 million. Yeah, Katharina Kiss said this will cause a domino effect. That's one of this story. It's got to be. And I'm going to tell you what, Katharina Kiss, this could absolutely make the NFL change how they're doing this too. Because you're going to call something legal tampering. And you get teams, there's a domino effect. So many teams didn't get these certain players because someone else got this certain player and this trade was made and that trade was made. And you get all these players involved. And then one player doesn't pass a physical. And it's a domino effect because if the Ravens are backing out, the Raiders are over the cap. What if the Raiders backed out on their players? What if other people backed out on their players because now they want the players that the Raiders are not going to get? The Ravens back out on players, and then people start saying, wait, well, we had players that we would have got that player had he been available. Now we go back and offer that player more money. This is a mess. This is a mess. This is a mess. This is probably why the NFL needs to really think about this, because someone was saying this. I saw somebody talking about this yesterday, and they were talking about how stupid the legal tampering thing is. Yeah. This may be why people were saying, or some people have been saying, that this legal tampering thing is stupid. Big Rumbowski said, of course Baltimore knew, but they still got the right to have their docs examine and view their own MRI results before making a diagnosis. Oh yeah, every team has that right going into a trade. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that. Where I am is, though, you pretty much knew he wasn't gonna, but again, there's got to be more to this. What did they see? Bama boy said, gee, all Crosby need. Hey, I remember them days, Bama boy. Hey, you got shot? Give him some tussin. Yes, sir. Robitussin was the cure for everything, man. Robitussin was the cure for everything. April Shower said, Tom Brady's a minority owner. He deflated that medical report. Hey, Bass, I'm telling you right now, this right here, they just cost this man some serious money. They just cost this man some serious money. So, like Ian Rappaport said, it's unprecedented. Gravedigger said after this happened, as soon as the truth comes out, no one will ever want to deal with the Ravens, and the NFL might force them to sell the team over this like they did in Washington. Well, I don't know if it's going to get that serious, but I tell you this is some serious business, because you really just cost this man. You really did. Junior said Cowboys hung up on the Bengals and not calling the Raiders. Boy, you ain't never lied, boy. Boy, you ain't never lied, boy. The boss said Baltimore plays Crosby and Steve Urkel's transformation machine and set the settings back to bad D. They just want those picks back. Man, I tell you what. Everything better be everything, though, because that's serious. They just cost this man $100 million. I bet he's somewhere crying right now. I do, Bass. Yeah, you ain't lying, boy. You already saw what I posted on X. Shoot, boy, Jerry Jones right now. Boy, Jerry Jones is smiling ear to ear right now, boy. Jerry's smiling ear to ear right now. I told y'all right now, hey, this Jerry Jones right now. It's Jerry Jones. Shoot, Jerry Jones, boy. Brrr, he see Birdman in that mirror, boy. Jerry hoping this play out. I'm telling you that. Jerry hope this playing out, because from what my understanding was, Jerry Jones had his heart set on Max Crosby. Max Crosby was going to be Jerry Jones. Gotcha, Michael. That was Jerry Jones. Gotcha, Michael. That was Jerry Jones. Gotcha, Michael. Look at what I got for your trade. For your 2 picks and you. Look at what I got. Kenny Clark, Quentin Williams, Max Crosby. That was Jerry Jones. Gotcha. It is. So, man, I'm very interested to see how this is going to turn out. Because, it's funny, but it's not funny. This is a man's career. Just cost this man $100 million. Just cost this man $100 million. I mean, to back out of a trade like that, man, that's serious business. That really, and I mean business. That's serious business. You better make sure everything is on the up and up. You back out of something like that, and they have the right to do it. But if this is how it's going to go, well, the NFL probably needs to change the way they're doing this, because this is going to affect so many teams. This is going to affect so many teams. It is. It's going to affect them. Ice Wild said, put some respect on Crosby's name. Hey, man, I'm telling you, if I'm the Cowboys, hey, I got to go up. Hey, man, I'm on my way to Baltimore right now. I'm on my way. Hey, Mose Logan, man, I'm on my way. Hey, man, I'm on my way to Baltimore, bro. Get the jet. Where we going? We going to Baltimore. They said Crosby is free again. Call Steven. Shoot, I'm telling you right now. Dudes, they said, gee, I would give up next year first and also for Crosby all day, every day, but one, and that's it. Yeah, man. Yeah. Marlon Dillon, that Birdman. Brr, shoot, man. What happened to that boy? Man. Ace Wade said, Diana Rule City, the Cowboys are not expected. Oh, the Cowboys are not expected to re-engage with Max Crosby trade discussions at this time. A high-ranking source told The Athletic. We're going to see. We are going to see. Somebody going to get him, though. I can tell you now, somebody's going to get Max Crosby. They're going to get Max Crosby. They might give up one first-round pick for him, but they're going to get Max Crosby. David Everett said Dak was cheating on one of his ex-girlfriends in Texas. Well, thankfully he wasn't married to her. Yeah, thankfully he wasn't married to her. Derek Jones said he think they had time to think about what they had, what they did and said we backing out of this when they came to reality. Derek, you said they woke up. Hey, Roy, he said, I'm late tonight. What's happening with Crosby? The Baltimore Ravens and the Raiders deal fell through, Roy Wood. Fell through. The trade is no longer going through. Rico Felver said, if Dallas gets Max Crosby, what do you think about our defensive line? If they keep what they just got and get Max Crosby, hey, them boys, hey, I like it. And then they still got them 2 first-round picks. Shh. Now, that's what you call an all-in move. That's an all-in move. Jerome said they haven't been keeping up with the Raiders, much less Max. Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Yeah, Demetrius, I agree. The Raiders are still going to demand at least the first-round pick. Probably, you know what, though? They'll probably get it. Because I bet you there would be a lot of teams that would be willing to give up a first-round pick for Max Crosby, even with the medicals. Cowboys wouldn't be the only one that would be willing to do it. I mean, if you could get him cheaper and for less than 2 picks, oh, man, shoot. So a lot of people going to do that. I guarantee you, there's a lot of people that would do that. Donovan Ezraku, the Dallas Cowboys pass rusher, underwent hip surgery to prepare a torn labrum. Yeah, this was an off-season procedure to address an injury he played through. Yeah. And people play through torn meniscuses all the time. Mike McCain said, I think the Cowboys should get over and go get Trey Hendrickson. Well, I tell you, Mike McCain right now, Trey Hendrickson is rubbing his hands together too. He just became even, hey, if it was going to be a question tomorrow, it ain't going to be no question now because Trey Hendrickson is, he gonna probably be the guy to get paid tomorrow. It's been pretty quiet out there. And well, some teams have made offers for Trey Hendrickson. Teams have made offers for him. And he said he's going to decide tomorrow. So we're going to see what those offers are. Ron Hanna said, gee, there's going to be a major change in coming about this situation by next year. Watch, especially if teams backpedal on those deals. I said the same thing, Ron Hanna. I agree. And I think the NFL has to do something. They have to do something because you probably shouldn't do this because Max Crosby is the very reason why you shouldn't do it. Max Crosby is the reason why you shouldn't do it. You get one player that goes wrong in these moves, and other teams, it might not even affect them any other than what if they get back on the phone? Imagine this. What if teams could get back on the phone with those players who said they were intending to go to these other teams? Because they're saying, hey, you know what? The trade ain't going to go through. And so the Raiders, they might not do this or they might not do that. Well, if the Raiders decide they don't want you, here's another offer. Here's another offer. Man, this is just a crazy mess when you get something like that. Sub-Zero said, giving me flashback, G. He said, now I'm thinking about my father John's at 666 AK Castor. Boy, you better know it. Boy, hey, them old remedies were different, boy. Hey, Sub-Zero Prime, you remember that monkey blood? You get a cut. They put that monkey blood on that cup. Put that monkey blood on that cup, boy. On that cut. I mean, when I was little, I thought it was actually monkey blood. I'm like, where they get monkey blood from to put on a cut, man? Bass said, my lady just dropped a bomb. She said Brady got something to do with this. Man, let me tell y'all something about Tom Brady if y'all haven't heard this yet. They said Tom Brady is the pettiest of pettiest. They said Tom Brady is the pettiest of pettiest. They said Tom Brady actually stopped Max Crosby from going, wait a minute, I think it was Max Crosby. Stopped Max Crosby from being traded to the Patriots. Boy, how petty can you be, boy? Dominique Pittman said, G, where do you keep hearing this from? Nobody is out here saying that Jerry wanted Crosby. I think it was, well, everybody knew Jerry wanted Crosby, Dominique. That's why he was trying to trade from him. Trade for him? What are you talking about? Jerry wanted Crosby. They had a first and a second out there. That's public knowledge. But I think it was either Diana Rossini or it was James Slater. They said that the Cowboys were really intent on getting Max Crosby. That's what one of them said. I think it might have been James Slater. But she said the Cowboys were very intent on getting Max Crosby. Yeah, that he was supposed to be the big fish. Hey, Ice Wall Cowboy. I told you back in the day, man, I used to want to be a rapper, man, way back in the day. Sub-Zero said, you killing me with them references. Now I'm thinking back to Minister Society clip you used last year. Man, I'm telling you, I used to be, back in the day, man. Back in the day. Troy had rendered, he said, Ravens saw Henderson getting cheaper and cheaper and said, we good. Give us our first round picks back. Man. Boy, this is crazy. Yeah, Ace Wade, he said James Slater also confirmed that Dallas moved on from him. You're talking about Max Crosby. Yeah, the NFL's going to have to do something about this, though. They're going to have to do something about this because that means that this could throw off a whole bunch of teams as far as what they intended to do. Lawrence said the NFL must officially approve all trades before they are finalized while teams negotiate and agree to terms. Privately, a deal is not considered done until procedures followed. So, Ken, he said it. He coming to the Cowboys. He said, you watch what I tell you. Okay, so, wow, Brock Hoffman is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Wow. Poobie D, I wish the Cowboys could have kept Brock Hoffman. Man, Brock Hoffman is a great player. Brock Hoffman is absolutely a great player. Let me see here. Let's pull it up. Oh, wow. Man, it is highway robbery, Poobie D. It is highway robbery to get Brock Hoffman for this price. The Steelers are signing former Cowboys Brock Hoffman to a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. Wow. Highway robbery. Oh, hey, man, Brock Hoffman can play. Brock Hoffman can play. All right. Oh, Ricky Scoops, he back. He said this is no longer the case. This is no longer the case with the Max Crosby news. Okay, so anybody who don't, I know all of y'all know Ricky Scoops. Well, Ricky Scoops has been standing pat on Trey Hendrickson was going to be a Dallas Cowboy. So it sounds like he was saying that this was, might have, even though what we've been hearing, he's actually alluding to maybe this is going to happen tomorrow. But he's saying that is no longer the case with Max Crosby. So I guess Ricky is saying, what? That now they're going to move on to move back to Max Crosby. We'll see. Let's see. Let's listen to Tom Pelissero. Check this out.
What their reasoning was. This just does not happen. It has happened at this point. I would say this, the reaction from other people within the NFL that I am getting is predominantly about how the Ravens pulled the rug out, regardless of what their reasoning was. This just does not happen. It has happened on multiple other occasions in the past on much smaller trades or agreements involving the Ravens. However, when you're talking about trading 2 first-round picks, this is not an unknown issue.
Is that not what I just said? Is that not what I just showed y'all? It was reported on February the 8th he was not going to be medically cleared. He was not going to be medically cleared. So what did they put him through to where they were saying that he failed a physical or he's not? You're telling us something that we already knew, Captain Obvious. No matter what you put him through, he wasn't going to pass it. It's the same issue to Tom Pelissero. Same point that Tom Pelissero is making. Now, see, this is the part that people, like I'm telling us, this is the part that Ian Rappaport reports that Tom Pelissero is agreeing with me on. This don't make sense. Who didn't have the medical report? Who didn't have the x-rays? And watch this part. Everybody knew he wasn't going to be medically cleared, and they were all still making offers. So the Ravens, who should probably be penalized in some form or fashion after an investigation, I want y'all to think about this, Cowboys Nation. They stopped the Cowboys from being able to get Max Crosby. They stopped the Cowboys from being able to get Max Crosby. Stopped other teams from being able to get the linebacker that we got, Nakobe Dean. They stopped other teams from doing all kinds of things by stopping the Dallas Cowboys, who probably would have won the Max Crosby sweepstakes had it not been for the Baltimore Ravens. How crazy is that? He's saying the same thing. Everybody knew what to expect when you looked at the medical records of one Max Crosby. There is nothing, and I'm sure, I'm willing to, if I was a gambler, I would be willing to gamble this. There is no way those doctors said anything different than Ian Rappaport reported, because I guarantee you he got that from the doctors, or he got that from somebody who said, this is what the doctor said. Come on, man. Come on. I said it. I'm telling you, this stinks.
An trade involving a superstar player in the NFL. Clearly, they came to the conclusion that there was something they were not comfortable with. And again, it does bear mentioning. 32 teams, 32 doctors, 32 degrees.
So, hold on. Let me say, Marvin Mays, you make a good point, except for this. This is the same point that Tom Pelissero is making. Marvin, the Cowboys had access to that medical report. That medical report isn't private when you're negotiating with teams, I'm sure. I'm sure those teams who wanted him got access and knew everything, and they were still offering the picks. That's the point Tom Pelissero is making. It didn't stop teams from making offers for Max Crosby. Now, we're going to find out more on this, but I think that Tom Pelissero is calling bull junk on this, because he's saying there is no way the Raiders saw a surprise in those reports. He's calling bull junk on them. I'm telling you, that's what he's doing.
Of risk tolerance. What one team might be willing to accept, whether it's in the draft process, a free agent signing, a trade, is something that another team might say, we're simply not going to go there. That's why every year, and we're going through the pre-draft process right now, you'll hear about players having medical flags. There might be 31 teams who say, we won't pass this guy. We won't put a uniform on him. But if one team is willing to do it, then that player is going to play in the NFL. Max Crosby is a known commodity with a known injury. Clearly, something happened. He was in Baltimore today, posting on social media, obviously went through a medical process, after which the Ravens, for one reason or another, and again, to your point, we have not heard from the Ravens to this point, the Ravens decided we are not following through with this trade. It does not happen often in the NFL. It definitely does not happen at this level, this type of a blockbuster trade. Max Crosby, once again, is on the Raiders. He is right back on the trade block. Other teams, again, I will emphasize this, the Cowboys would remain interested. They were the runner-up to the Ravens.
Well,
other teams that I'm calling, I'm missing the calls right now from other teams trying to figure out what's going on because
I'm telling you, I told you, the Cowboys were the runner-up. The Baltimore Ravens stopped Jerry Jones from busting the budget. They absolutely stopped him. I told you, Max Crosby was Jerry Jones. I got you. I got you, Micah. I got you, Green Bay. We won the trade. We medical report that the Ravens saw that no one else saw. And whatever process they put him through, Tom Pelissero, if you're not paying attention, he calling bull junk on it. Because what would you think he was going to pass? What physical could you put the man through that he was going to pass just coming off of surgery? Stop it, Ravens. It stinks. It stinks. And just because Ozzie Newsome built a great front office, Ozzie Newsome is no longer there. John Harbaugh is no longer there. That team is actually different because John Harbaugh worked closely with Ozzie Newsome, and he had a lot of things to do with everything they did. And now without them already, look at what we're seeing. I don't care what somebody teaches you. The Bible tells a story about Jeroboam and Rehoboam. Rehoboam goes to take over for his father, rather listening to the elders and the men who were with his father and told him how he could run the kingdom better. What did he do? He went and listened to his friends and came out and did what his friends said rather than what the elders who were wiser than his friends said and went out there and split the kingdom. This isn't about what Ozzie Newsome built. This is about what's in place now. And without Ozzie Newsome and without John Harbaugh, that franchise is totally different. It absolutely is different. And Tom Pelissero, you can hear the anger in this man's voice because he's saying it. This is bull junk. What the Ravens have pulled is bull junk. Bottom line. And then putting in these risk factors of, well, we were not willing to risk it. Well, you were willing to risk it when you actually said you were going to do it. This stinks.
all the other pass rushers have gotten agreements. Do the Ravens now, who didn't get a pass rusher, try to flip one of those players that agreed to a deal someplace else because now they need another pass rusher for that defense? There are so many different tentacles to this. We never see this happen. It is going to be a free agency frenzy that has now gone into a physical frenzy. How about that, Patrick Claybon, on a Tuesday night?
Yeah. Yep. It's called a chain reaction. It's called a chain reaction. Man, I'm telling you right now, this better be serious. I mean, the Ravens better be right on this. The Ravens better absolutely be right on this, because if the Ravens are not right on this, there's going to be some ramifications. There has to be ramifications for this, because the Cowboys literally would have had Max Crosby. And I guarantee you about 85% of Cowboys Nation, we would have been having a different podcast today, because we would have basically said Jerry Jones stayed true to what he said. He busted the budget on Max Crosby, this player, and this player. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. And I want you to follow this part. Y'all don't think Christian Parker was in on Max Crosby? Shoot. Guarantee you he was in on Max Crosby. I guarantee you Christian Parker was in on Max Crosby. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be in on Max Crosby? Who wouldn't be in? Yeah, I'm telling you. Man, this is almost lawsuit worthy if you ask me. It's lawsuit worthy. It's lawsuit worthy. Tom Pelissero is saying the exact same thing I said. What did the Raiders... And what I'm telling you is there's nothing that they could have saw on the medical report that no one else saw. Jerry Jones has the best doctor. Jerry Jones keeps one of the best doctors in the world on staff. Y'all don't think Jerry Jones saw that medical and said, we rolling? Y'all don't think Jerry saw that stuff and said, we rolling? If the Cowboys would have got Max Crosby, I guarantee you this wouldn't have came up. I guarantee you it wouldn't have came up. And probably other teams too. It don't come up. The Ravens. The Ravens don't want to give up 2 first-round picks. Mark Davis said, man, I got to give it to you, G. You be calling these situations with so much logic. You better than most of the boys on the big screen calling sports. Hey, I appreciate you, Mark Davis. It's just Mark Davis, context. This is how I teach Bible. Context is what tells you what it means. And if you understand context, you will get better understandings than most people. And the context of this stinks. There is nothing that the Ravens could have seen that no one, that wasn't already knowledge. So what, they saw something? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It stinks. It stinks. Gravedigger said Ricky Scoops is saying Trey Hendrickson to the Ravens. I believe it. I believe it. RyX fan said, he said, now legal tampering has started. Yes, sir. Man, I'm telling you right now, there's probably some people out there changing their minds on stuff. Agents out there calling folk talking about, hey, man, this, that. Hey, man, this is a hot mess. Brandon said somebody lying. Somebody lying, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, I remember the report because I talked about it before. Everybody knew he wasn't going to pass the medicals. They all knew. So the Ravens come out and tell us something that we already knew? Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop this madness. We're going to see, because I got a strange feeling. You may hear the Cowboys come up again. I think you may hear the Cowboys come up again. And the reason why you're probably going to hear the Cowboys come up again is because they just cost Max Crosby $100 million. They just cost Max Crosby $100 million. Demetrius said they all guilty because, for one, he is injured and the true extent of the injury may not be disclosed. Demetrius. But I think what Tom Pelissero is arguing, and what I'm arguing and implying based on what Ian Rappaport reported way back, what could be there? Because everybody knew he wasn't going to be ready. I just find it hard to believe. This is the logic in this. I find it hard to believe that these doctors would lie on the medical report. But not only that, if they're already telling you he's not going to pass medicals, that also means that there are certain things that he couldn't do if you wanted to put him through a physical. What could they put him through? He wasn't going to pass it regardless. He wasn't going to pass it regardless. Ian Rappaport said that. He wasn't going to pass it. It's crazy. We're going to see. The Cowboys may just stay away from it. Cowboys may stay away from it, but I see a lawsuit coming on. Because I bet you now, I'm telling you, like I told y'all earlier, it's funny, but it's not funny. I bet you Max Crosby is somewhere crying right now. I guarantee you, Max Crosby has got to be somewhere crying. He's got to be somewhere crying. Even if he don't come to the Cowboys, he's somewhere out there crying. He absolutely is out there crying somewhere. Rodney Evans said, gee, I'm telling you, someone in the Ravens, man, I'm telling you. Gravedigger said, here's the link from Rick and Scoop saying now Trey is expected to go to the Ravens. Man. Demetrius said the Ravens need to lose both of those first round picks regardless. One to the Cowboys and one to the Raiders. I agree. Lisa Worley with Angie's Man as your avatar. Lisa says some things are meant to be. Maybe Max was supposed to be with the Cowboys. That's crazy work, man. That is crazy work. That's crazy work. Ice Wall said this offseason is an NFL, it's a buffet for NFL content creators. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, let me read a couple more. Let me look over here on X again before we get up out of here tonight. Man, this is crazy work, man. I mean, some of this stuff is funny, but it's not funny. I feel sorry for Max Crosby. Just from a human perspective, I feel sorry for Max Crosby. And I know it's hard to feel sorry for millionaires. But, man, for something like this to come out at the last minute, it's absolutely crazy. It really is. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So to do something like that and to basically rob you of $100 million, especially if it's just something that everybody already had knowledge of and they were still willing to take a chance knowing what they were dealing with, and then you come out with this and this lowers your value. That is crazy work. And I forgot who said it earlier, but I'd be honest with you. If this turned out to be bull junk like they're saying, if I was a player, I wouldn't want to deal with the Ravens. I wouldn't want to deal with the Ravens. I understand my brother said that, what Ozzie Newsome was a stand-up guy. But when someone leaves, man, things are different. They don't always do what they were taught. They don't always do what they were taught. And this is crazy. Let me show you. Let me see. Boy, the internet. This AI in the internet is undefeated. Look at what Connor Livesey said. Just got a photo sent to me from a source of the Ravens doctor who failed to Max Crosby physical. Boy, these people crazy. Boy, these people crazy, boy. Boy, these people crazy. And hey, look at this. And the Cowboys got another thing. Look at this. Cowboys got another thing going. Check this out. Pro Football Talk says Cowboys getting calls about availability of defensive tackle also Diggy Zoo. Yeah. Getting calls on Oso Diggy Zoo. Hey, I'm going to tell you something, man. It might be an exciting day for the Cowboys tomorrow. ESPN is reporting the team is in a difficult situation due to all the money they've already committed to outside free agents. Raiders can't back out. Raiders came back out. It's crazy, man. It's crazy work. Now, Tom Pelissero, and if I'm not mistaken, that was Diana Rossini on that same interview. I think that was her up in the right-hand corner. She's saying that the Cowboys are not expected to re-engage. But Tom Pelissero is saying the Cowboys are expected to re-engage. The Cowboys would still be interested in the Max Crosby trade. I don't see why they wouldn't be. And I'll tell you why. If I don't see why the Cowboys wouldn't be interested in the Max Crosby thing again. I don't see why they wouldn't be interested if it's not something that they didn't already know. And that's why if I'm the Cowboys, I got to get that second opinion, because if it's something that I already knew, well, I'm going to come back now with a different offer. But I still want you because what they're saying I already knew. Bama Boy said, yeah, I'm convinced the league and teams doesn't want Jerry to win now. They hindered us on getting big names with this bull junk. Yeah. Yeah. Keek, I ain't listening to I think it's Diana Rossini. I'm not listening to her. So instead, the Cowboys are not bringing in the Crosby conversation. I don't believe it. Keek, I don't believe it. There is no way the Cowboys are not going to re-enter the conversation. They're going to check on it and at least see what's the offer now. There's no way. There's no way. He said, I think the Cowboys are waiting on one of those linebackers the Raiders will have to reject because of the Crosby miss. That could be too. But I don't think they're going to, I think the Cowboys are going to be interested. I do. Demetrius Noel, I agree with you. I agree. 2 first-round picks were always too much. I thought so too. Especially when you're at 12 and 20. Especially when you're at 12 and 20, I think it's too much. But the Cowboys are going to be able to do it. Marvin Mays. I'll put it like this. I don't think they lose either way. Marvin said, I believe the Cowboys have moved on from Crosby and are going to sign Trey Henderson. Marvin Mays, I'm going to tell you this, though. I believe if the Cowboys think they can get Max Crosby cheaper than Trey Hendrickson, money-wise, and even if they have to give up, even if they had to give up a second-round draft pick next year, even if they had to give up a first-round draft pick next year, and not give up anything this year other than maybe Oso Digizua, I think they're taking it. I think they're taking it. Steel Darrell, you said this is common sense question. They gave him a physical and found out his knee was worse than expected. Steel Darrell, I'm struggling with that. And I think that's what Tom Pelissero is acknowledging too. What do you mean worse than what they expected? I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it because they started talking about the risk versus the injury like they didn't know that before. It doesn't sound like they were saying that he wasn't worth getting. It was like they were saying they didn't want to take the risk because of 2 first-round picks. Because Tom Pelissero alluded to that if 2 first-round picks were not involved, they would probably still do it. Which sounds like to me the Baltimore Ravens don't want to give up 2 first-round picks. Frank Lawrence said the Raiders spent big the past few days knowing they got cap room and top-tier draft picks. If the Ravens knew he wouldn't pass the physical, why couldn't the Raiders have gotten a waiver in writing? Exactly. All right, let's see here. Yeah, this story, you watch what I tell you. Tomorrow morning, this story is going to be big. I'll be going live early tomorrow because, of course, I got Bible study. I'll be going live early tomorrow. Probably be going somewhere around 12, no later than 1. Probably go from about 1 to 5:30, since it's going to be real free agency tomorrow. And since I missed yesterday, I got a lot of videos to post and try to catch up on. So I'm going to be pretty active tomorrow. Let me see here. Jane Slater says, James Slater says, talking to other GMs around the league on the Max Crosby situation and his post-meniscus recovery in generalities. Here it is again. He was never gonna pass a physical based on where he is in recovery. What could the Ravens have asked him to do? What could the Ravens have asked him to do to test out his physicality on the knee? What? What could they have done? What test could they have ran? Because he wasn't going to pass any. I'm sorry. He just wasn't going to pass any. It says something else had to lead to the decision. Do they think he is too far behind in rehab? Didn't like the images of the recovery, or something else potentially? And so the question becomes, is it something medical, or is it something based on their opinion? Crazy work. I also just saw Steel Darrell. Steel Darrell just reported. Breaking news. Tom Pelissero is reporting the Cowboys have agreed to a one-year deal with the Cowboys. I understand why they have done this. I think the Cowboys saw Joe Milton last year, and the Cowboys said that Joe Milton isn't good enough. I think that's what the Cowboys saw. Joe Milton, I believe they said wasn't good enough. Said Joe Milton wasn't good enough. This is going to be big right here. Trey Hendrickson is signing with somebody tomorrow. Trey Hendrickson is signing with someone tomorrow. This is a big deal. It really is. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys don't go back to Max Crosby. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Trey Hendrickson. Sam Howell, 1 year, like I said, 1 year with the Cowboys. They're going to pressure. They are going to pressure Joe Milton to see if he can beat out. If he can beat out Sam Howell. He's going to have a hard time, though. Boss Show Me got me laughing over here. Boss Cowboys said, Dallas Cowboys, no, sir. He says, you can rescind that Rashawn Gary. You know already that Gary is no Crosby. What are you doing? You are blessed with a second opportunity and scared. This can't be Jerry. Where's the gambler? Yeah, I think Jerry is going to go back. Yeah, I think Jerry's going to go back to the well on this. The Cowboys reportedly won't re-engage with the Raiders on a possible Max Crosby trade. We're going to see. We're going to see. And the only reason I can see them not doing it is that they must have made another decision already, which Ricky might be, could be could be Trey Hendrickson. Jay Glazer said teams around the NFL are definitely shocked, to say the least, at the Ravens backing out, and a few teams were previously interested already committed their money elsewhere, so they can't jump now. Bad all around. Now, here's the funny thing. I know exactly where these teams are coming from. It's not that these teams can't. It's not that these teams can't back out. They won't back out. It's a difference. They can back out. But they also know what that would mean as far as doing business in the future with other players and doing business with other teams. You would never be trusted again. And this is why I'm telling you now, people are going to do their due diligence on Max Crosby. And the Ravens better hope. The Ravens better hope that they saw something that nobody else saw and it gets exposed. They better hope that's what it is. Because if that's not what it is, they're going to have a hard time in the future getting people to deal with them. They're going to have a hard time in the future to get people to deal with them. So this better be what they're saying it is. But I got a feeling that even if it's not the Dallas Cowboys, there are going to be teams that are going to take that chance on Max Crosby. Because they're not giving up as much. They're not giving up nowhere near as much. Brandy said, find the birds. If I was the NFL, I would step in on this Max Crosby thing. I think the NFL should step in. Because for the Baltimore Ravens to do something like this, how it affects so many other teams. The NFL has got to step in and they got to find out what the issue is and they got to do an investigation of it themselves. All right, let me see. You said I got to read the chat. Let me see. All right, okay, Bass. So you said I'm way. Let's see. Bass, stop this, bro. Bass. Come on, man. Bass, come on, man. Tell me this ain't true, man. Bass is reporting, and y'all already seen this. So, okay, y'all tell me if this is coincidence, because I don't believe in coincidences. The Cowboys are moving out. They are no longer, they're moving off of Rashawn Gary. They're moving off of Rashawn Gary? What? Now, let me show you why. Now, I want you to see what Bass just reported. I'm going to find it here in a moment. But watch this. So let me show you what Diana Rossini is reporting, right? Watch this. Preem Football says the Cowboys are out of the trade talks for Max Crosby per Diana Rossini. Now, I'm going to show you why I said I'm not listening to Diana Rossini. Jane Slater reports, we've confirmed we moved on with Rashawn Gary. Both outlets now report Dallas will not re-engage with Crosby sweepstakes and is satisfied with their move for Rashawn Gary. Right? And let me make sure I'm reading what Bass reported here right. Because I could be reading this wrong. Hold on. According to Bass, Jane Slater reports the Cowboys are now rescinding and moving off Rashawn Gary. Why would they be doing that? Let me see if I can find this on X. Why would the Cowboys be moving off of Gary if this is true? I can't get the link. I can't get the link, but let me show you something I just saw. Look at this. Look. James Slater reported this 5 minutes ago. The intrigue continues. CJ LaBoy, whoever that is. It says Max continues to be on track in his recovery, and if anything, is ahead of schedule, according to his surgeon, Dr. Neil L. Atrash. Atraki. I don't know if it's a trashy or a Atraki. Trashy. I don't know which one. It says Max remains on track to return during the offseason program and will undoubtedly return as the dominant game record has been the past 7 seasons. I'm telling you, man, it's got total mess written all over it. All over it. They just cost this man $100 million. Okay, let me see if I can find what you said. Let me see. Okay, I can't find. Let's see. I wish I could get that link you got right there, Bass, but I can't because of. Yeah, it says she just reported 6 minutes ago the Cowboys said they have moved on with Rashawn Gary. I got a feeling we're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to hear the Cowboys are right back in this thing. Hey, Bass, add this to, send this to my inbox over there on X. Okay, so Dead Fool sent me something. Dead Fool says that he just sent me that James Slater says that the Cowboys are not expected to reengage with Max Crosby. So we're gonna see. But man, this story is going to get crazier and crazier. And I'm telling you, by tomorrow, it will be all the talk tomorrow. This Max Crosby thing is going to be all the talk tomorrow. You watch what I tell you. All the talk tomorrow. Rico Jones said Joe Milton hit that wide receiver in the back of the head, and the front office was like, the front office knew he was capped. Sub-Zero says that this is a Jerry smokescreen. Trey Hendrickson is coming. Gravedigger said, I've never seen or heard anything like this, and it impacts the multiple teams across the league. It's bad. It's really bad. It is. It's bad. You don't want to be involved in something like this. Rico said the Raiders got Ricky Scoops looking crazy, G. Yeah, Bass, the NFL and the NFL PA plus Max and his lawyers are going to go to bat over this. I think they should do an investigation. I really do. I think they should do an investigation on it. Absolutely. Just to cover their own butt in case Max Crosby decided that he wanted to do a lawsuit. Romboski said the Raiders want Pickens to go with Mendoza, but with no 2 first-round picks anymore, this definitely changes their pursuit of him now. Yeah. Yeah. Ice Wall, you said it was about Sam Snead. Sam Howell, okay. Yeah, like I said, I got a feeling tomorrow the Cowboys, I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys. Okay, that's what I was reading. Yeah, that's what I was reading. Yeah, James said the Cowboys are not. Yeah, that's the part I've already seen. Cowboys are not re-engaging. I'm not putting anything past the Cowboys on this. I think the Cowboys will at least kick the tires on this. Because I know I would at least kick the tires and see, like, okay, now that this ain't going through, kind of what's the issue? Okay, yeah, I saw the part about they're moving on. Yeah, I saw that part. It's very interesting to me, though, is that people are thinking the Cowboys are actually going to get Trey Hendrickson tomorrow. It's very interesting. Calvin Richards said they won't go after Crosby. Now, I can tell you this. One of the reasons is, and we're going to find out tomorrow, one of the reasons why the Cowboys may not be going after Crosby is because maybe they got an offer on the table for Trey Hendrickson. Oh, wow. Hold on a second. Boy, y'all got some good stuff coming here. Let me see. King James, he said Clarence Hill just tweeted, the Cowboys are back in. He said Clarence Hill just reported the Cowboys are back in. Said they are back in. And then Anthony Harding, hold on a second. Anthony Harding has reported the 49ers want Osa. I love it. Question is, what are they willing to give up? Hey, you want Osa? Tell me what you're willing to give up. That's what I want to know. Tell me what you're willing to give up. Let me see. Okay, I see something, but I don't see the link. Let me see. Okay, you dead. Okay, Bash, you dead fool. You dead fool on X. Said the Dallas Cowboys are not expected to re-engage. Okay, that's what you were saying. Because I saw you sent that earlier. Okay, yeah, I saw that earlier. If that's what you said, I saw that earlier. All right, Clarence Hill said they are going to re-engage. Yeah, Mike McCain. Okay, you sent me a message earlier. Yeah. Yeah, the Cowboys, they're I don't think they want to move off of him because I think the Cowboys could keep everything. The Cowboys, in the grand scheme of things, have not did a lot. They can go and do 2 or 3 more restructures and get plenty of money to get Max Crosby. This doesn't affect the Cowboys like this as much because I think they can still roll with this if they wanted him. But I got a strange feeling. Y'all got my spidey senses tingling. Maybe the Cowboys tomorrow morning, Trey Hendrickson by noon. Ace Wade said the Cowboys are back in on Max. Mose Logan, that's crazy. Man, if the 49ers are interested in Osa, well, tell me what you trading? Tell me what you're trading. I want to know what they're willing to give for Osa. I want to know what they're giving. Brandon said, yeah, I wonder how many teams went and got different players after Crosby trade. Oh, man, Brandon, the number of teams that did something different. One player going to a team has now changed the whole landscape for everyone. This could be a huge issue across the NFL. I mean, just think about the players that people probably wouldn't have got had they got Max Crosby. Just think about it. Sub-Zero, let me see. What you call it? If it came from Rack Hill, okay, hold on a second. X is hard to look stuff up on sometimes. It's strange how it does things. And then you pull stuff up on a person, and man, boy, you can't hardly find. Okay. Clarence Hill it looks like he just corrected himself. Clarence Hill corrected himself. Clarence Hill said, first he said, the Cowboys are not getting back into the Max Crosby sweepstakes as of now. And so he says they're not. He put not up here again. So the Cowboys are not getting back as of now. That's what he posted. All right, I'm interested to see now. This is wow. The 49ers. We're gonna see who went out tomorrow. Some people are saying the Cowboys are out, some people are saying the Cowboys are in. Let me see. Jeremy Fowler said, why Cowboys not expected to pursue Max again at this time? Hard to retrace what's been done per source, including Rashawn Gary money on the books. I don't understand how it's already on the books. Wait, let me see. Oh, you know why the Cowboys can't go back on Rashawn Gary? Because Rashawn Gary was not a free agent move. Rashawn Gary was a trade. They can't go back on Rashawn Gary. They can't go back on Rashawn Gary. They can't. Rashawn Gary is a trade. So, like they're saying, he's already on the books. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, yeah. Fred Warner. Yeah. Fred Warner. I mean, you already signed the guy from the Chargers. Fred Warner would be if he can stay healthy, shoot, Fred Warner would be him. Question is, can he stay healthy? Hey, still Daryl. Man, let me tell you something. San Francisco ain't giving up Mac Jones. Man, let me tell you something. I think that they got Mac Jones for their own future. You tell me what you think, still, Daryl. I think the 49ers got him for their own future because he played every bit as good as Brock Purdy. And they could easily come off of Brock Purdy in a couple of seasons and let Mac Jones run with it. Let Mac Jones run with it. Wouldn't even have to give him as much money. Okay, I appreciate you, Spoopy D. Man, I'm telling you, man. Boy, this is going to be crazy. Man, let me tell you something. Tomorrow is going to be crazy. And this is why I put in the title of tonight's podcast, has Jerry Jones busted the budget yet? Because we may see Jerry Jones bust the budget tomorrow. If the Cowboys were the runner-up in the Max Crosby deal, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys are neck and neck or in the lead with the Trey Hendrickson deal. I wouldn't be surprised. Also, before we go today, let's check out Cowboys Day 2. Cowboys Day 2 was real strange to me today. And it continues to be strange to me. Day 2 continues to be strange. Also, yesterday I thought was strange, Day 2, picking up, re-signing Sam Williams. Did that shock anybody? That the Cowboys signed Sam Williams to a one-year deal? I mean, it was only $3 million. I was shocked they signed Sam Williams. I was absolutely shocked. Now, again, the Cowboys drafted Sam Williams. I believe the Cowboys believe that maybe under better coaching, Sam Williams could be better. So, and he was 1 year removed. He was coming off a knee injury. So maybe now being 1 year off that knee injury, maybe Sam Williams will be better this year, more explosive. But he got to get it up here. Okay, next. The PJ Locke pick didn't surprise me today. PJ Locke is more about depth for the Cowboys. I believe he's a very good special teams player from everything I heard. And then the Cowboys got the nose tackle, Otito Agbania. Now, the reason why this one is kind of sticking in my mind, there have been questions on whether or not Osa Odigizua fits in a 3-4 defense. I've been seeing these questions everywhere. But the other issue is if he's a part of a trade, it seems like the Cowboys are preparing themselves to trade him. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I think this move today, when I saw it, I said the Cowboys are preparing themselves to trade Osa Odigizua. They are preparing themselves. Cowboys also, Terrence Steele took a pay cut. Thought that was very interesting. Malik Hooker. I think the Cowboys have basically put Malik Hooker on notice. I think this will be Malik Hooker's last year with the Cowboys. The way they restructured Malik Hooker's deal, it seems to me they structured it to where this is it, you're done. So the Cowboys are going to have 2 new safeties by next year. And they might even draft a safety depending upon what they do tomorrow in free agency. The Cowboys are going to have they could actually have new safeties by the beginning of the year. But they put Malik Hooker on notice. This is his last year. This is his last year. Yeah, Queen, I'm with you. Jerry got his bid in on trade for tomorrow. I agree. Yeah, I think he got his bid. I think Jerry's got his bid in. I do. I think Jerry's got his bid in. I absolutely do. I think they got a bid in for Trey Hendrickson. Yeah, still Daryl. That's why, yeah, it was a trade. They can't go back on what's his name? They can't go back on him. It was a trade. Like they said, he's already on the books. McMahon, he said Max was a trade too and the Ravens went back, but they had a reason to go back. The Ravens are claiming medical issues to go back. For the Cowboys, they can't go back. I don't think they can go back. Oh, yeah, I saw this, Christian Legal. Yes, $13 million. Somewhere, what's the name? Brandon Arby is rubbing his hands together like Birdman. He rubbing his hands together, bro. They try to throw up some stats talking about what this guy's done. This guy ain't better. Man, this guy ain't better than Brandon Arby. Stop playing. LaQueen said Jerry getting traded tomorrow. Yeah. I think Jerry's in there. I do. I think Jerry is in there. Ron Hale said, that's right, that a deal, he wasn't a free agent. Yeah, he may be out on max or well. No major in my opinion because he didn't get him. Can't lose what you didn't have. Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. I think Jerry is in on the Trey Hendrickson sweepstakes. Frank Lawrence said, gee, my last time promise, just know I'm praying for Jeremiah Love to fall to Dallas at 12. Frank Lawrence, I'm telling you right now. If Jeremiah Love is at 12, the Cowboys are getting him. There's no doubt in my mind. Cowboys are getting him. They are getting Jeremiah Love if he's at 12. I don't see him doing it. I don't see them backing. I don't see the Cowboys passing up Jeremiah Love. Don't see it. They'll have him to go along with Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams is on a 2-year deal anyway. Still, Darryl said Sam Williams is okay, but Houston's a better player. I agree. Man, James Houston is nice. James Houston is nice, man. For real. For real. He's a nice player. Poobie D, I believe that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to put Williams at linebacker. See if he's smart enough to do it. You right, the real Chris Danzler. You exactly right. He was the dude on special teams. You right. You're right. Yeah, also, that was another big deal too, Rombowski. The fact that they restructured Terrence Steele's deal. Terrence Steele, his deal is insane. Man, he took a crazy pay cut. And his cap hit is so negligible. But, man, Cowboys got to make sure this dude can block, man. Got to make sure this dude can block. I don't care how cheap you're getting him. Man, he better be able to block. Thankfully, he's on Dak's right, on his right side. But what I'm still worried about is Tyler Guyton at the left tackle position. I'm still worried. Bama Boy says Slam Williams is back. Let him after his torn ACL. He should be fine. I think the Cowboys are want to take a chance to see if he'll be better. Rombowski, I think Tolbert is out. Man, I think Tolbert is done, ain't he? Re-signing of Wilson, Sanborn, or Tolbert would have been a trifecta. Boy, better not. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Tolbert don't get signed. I wouldn't be surprised if Cowboys bring him back to the practice squad. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to bring him back to the practice squad. Bama Boy said P.J. Locke is a tackler, period. It's needed. Yeah, he's really good on special teams. Yeah. And he could work himself into Malik Hooker's spot if the Cowboys don't draft a safety. Still, Darryl said you don't need a backup defensive tackle making that type of money on your team. Yeah. What's going on, Chanel, my man? What's going on? Mark Davis said, gee, Osa became okay by default. Yeah. Chanel, oh, you're not a fan. I forgot you're not a fan of Trey Hendrickson. Angie, I thought I was going to get off about a couple hours ago, but I'm still here. I am about to get off in a few minutes. I'm telling you, I'm about to get off. About to get off in a few minutes. Hey, Angie, stuff just keep coming up. All the stuff keep coming up. All this news keep coming up on X. But I'm gonna go early live. I'm gonna go live early tomorrow. I'm gonna try to go no later than 1:00. I plan to go live early because tomorrow is when the rubber meets the road and the ink hits the paper. So I want to see how if this Max Crosby issue is going to affect, or the residual effect, or the collateral damage it's going to have on the league. And I want to see if the Cowboys are going to make some other moves tomorrow. I mean, there are some linebackers left out there. Dre Greenlaw is out there. People have talked about Bobby Wagner. Bobby Okereke is out there. So the Cowboys still got some options out there. And I don't know. I'd probably take a chance on, all four of these guys. Matt Milano. All of these linebackers right here. Kind of looking at a picture of them here. I think the Cowboys could do pretty good with them. But they also may be in a trade with the 49ers. So it's a matter of who will the Cowboys get if they wind up trading Oso Digizua. I know there are going to be some people not too happy about Oso Digizua being a part of a trade. But Oso Digizua got that money last year, and boy, he just underperformed. Doomsday, no. James Houston is still a part of the Cowboys. James Houston actually signed a 2-year deal, not a 1-year deal. Clowney was a 1-year deal. James Houston is a 2-year deal. So if I'm not mistaken, James Houston is still a part of the Cowboys squad unless they released him. Yeah, he's still with the Cowboys as far as I know. Yeah, he signed a 2-year deal. Yeah, James Houston is still with the Cowboys, but Clowney, no. All right, let me read it. Let's see. Steel Slayer, he said Sam Howell versus Joe Milton for quarterback 2. Steel Slayer, it's over. I can tell you now, it's over. Joe Milton is as good as beat. unless he going to come back and look like totally different than he did last year. I believe he totally beat. But I believe the Cowboys said, yeah, we need to push. We need to push Joe Milton because he ain't playing good enough. Big Rumbowski, this is the problem. Steal pass blocking, terrible. Run blocking, he's great. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, I'm telling you right now. Nathan said, Jerry, break the bank, sign Trey and Max, and revamp the defense. Oh, that'd be incredible. Poobie D, I agree. You got to be deep at linebacker in the 3-4. Poobie D, this is why a lot of people don't run the 3-4. A lot of people don't run the 3-4 because not only do you need 4 linebackers, you probably need about 7 linebackers. You need about 7 of them. It's tough. Jakira said, hey, G, they're not getting rid of Clowney. Yeah, he was a free agent, though. So the Cowboys aren't, it sounds like the Cowboys aren't re-signing him. Doomsday said, if Caleb Downs is there at 12, you take him. Yep. But I'll tell you this, Doomsday. It would be a nightmare to me if Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Love was there at the same time. That would be a nightmare. Mike T, Trent Williams for Osa. Man, isn't Trent Williams old? Didn't we have Trent Williams before, or am I going crazy? Poobie D said Bobby Wagner got cement boots. Tremaine Edmonds. Isn't Tremaine Edmonds, though, he already gone, right, Chanel? Or am I going crazy? I thought Tremaine Edmonds was already gone. I thought Tremaine Edmonds was already off the board. Still, Daryl, I'm praying for Overshown. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay healthy. If Overshown can stay healthy, man, he's going to be one of the best to ever do it. But he cannot be the black Sean Lee. I believe Sean Lee would have been a Hall of Fame linebacker. Bar none. Hall of Fame linebacker. Body betrayed him. Lisa says she thinks Osa was coming along at the end of the season. She said when we went on that winning streak, he was doing pretty good. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah, Wagner may be a little too old. Brandy said, Newhouse, we already got hurt linebacker, Agent Zero. Yeah, no doubt. Newhouse fam said Wagner's 48 years old. Oh, man. Prayers, Jakira. Prayers for you. Your son is on the water in the war. Prayers for you. In Jesus' name, we pray, amen, for the safety of your son. Absolutely. I tell people all the time, Jakira, freedom ain't free. Freedom ain't free. Bama boy, it seemed like they wanted Greenlaw before. I say bring him in for So Diggy Zua. You wanted him before. Bring him in. Oh, Bash, you laughing at the black Sean Lee? Shoot, that's what hey, man, Sean Lee was a Hall of Fame linebacker. Body betrayed him. Overshown, I think he could be one of them, but he got to get that body right. Doomsday. I think it's a good chance, man, that Trey Hendrickson could be a Cowboy or Max Crosby. We're going to find out tomorrow. I'm excited. I may have to go on extra early. I said I was going to go in about around 1, man. I might have to go on around 12. What up, G Love? What up? G Love said Nakobe Dean might be back in play for Crosby. I think Nakobe Dean. I don't think they're going to go back on Nakobe Dean. I just think the Raiders are going to have to figure it out. Rabowski said Ricky Scoops deactivates his account on purpose because he tries to get ahead of the NFL reporters reporting him to X, which can get his account suspended. Big Rumbowski, ain't that crazy, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. They be after Ricky Scoots, boy. They be after him. I've been seeing some of that stuff on X. Yeah, I'm wondering what medical that is, though, because like I said, that's no surprise. They'd already reported he was going to fail a medical if anybody tried to give him one. So I really would like to know what that is. Travis said, Travis Beck, what up? He said, Big J, I'm hearing talks that the Niners open the trade talks for Fred Warner. How you feel for a first and also for Warner and maybe a fourth or a fifth? I don't know about that first. Man. I don't mind a trade and maybe, I don't know, a second next year, but shoot, I don't know about no first. Bama Boy, he said we should have had Bobby Wagner twice when Dan Quinn was here. Now we want an agent linebacker. Jerry would do a 1 year, $3 million contract. Bama Boy, the crazy part is, why would we want him and now Dan Quinn don't even want him no more? Man, Dan Quinn don't even want him no more. Everybody know Dan Quinn love him some Bobby Wagner. Like, Dan Quinn become a coach, you got to have Bobby Wagner. Yeah, Kavanaugh is saying something that I'm saying too. Kavanaugh is saying if nothing had changed with him physically, I'm not sure how that even makes sense. Adding Rashawn Gary took you out of the Max Crosby trade. It don't take you out of the Max Crosby. The Cowboys didn't spend a lot of money. They just didn't spend a lot of money, so I don't understand what people are saying on that. Yeah, Max Crosby agent is trying to do damage control, so we're going to see how this turns out. And who knows? Maybe the Raiders figure out a way to keep him. Never know. Yeah, I thought Fred Warner, he was injured, right? Fred Warner had thought he could come back. We're going to see, though. I'm very interested to see if the Cowboys are one of those teams because obviously they've fielded all these offers for Trey Hendrickson. So all the teams obviously got the offers in, but nobody is saying what the offer is. Nobody's saying what the offer is. So or who's put the offers up. So I'm very interested to see if the Cowboys have even if they're even in the running for Trey Hendrickson. But we're going to find out tomorrow because he's going to make a decision tomorrow. But I'm going to tell you now, I'm not going to be mad if the Cowboys sign Hendrickson. I hope it's like maybe something like $25 a year with incentives. And you definitely can't pay him more than Jalen Phillips. I don't think you're going to do that. So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. Bosa is an injury-prone player too. I'm not sure if the Cowboys would want to get him, but he's an injured player too. Man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna get back into the groove tomorrow. I will be on early tomorrow. Or earlier than normal. I'll be on around 12:01. Have all my thoughts together, have all my notes together. And we're gonna report all things Cowboys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna do hopefully I'll have some video tomorrow on some of these players the Cowboys have got in free agency. I'm gonna tap into one of my favorite content creators as far as doing film on players. I'm gonna tap into some of his videos tomorrow. We're gonna bring some of those videos and show you some players. Again, talking about day 1 and day 2. Talking about that some more. I know we'll talk some more about Max Crosby Trey Hendrickson. We're going to find out if we're going to have Trey Hendrickson tomorrow. And then we'll see if by day 3, will Jerry Jones, and actually it's going to be truly day 1 because free agency start tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to see if Jerry Jones bust the budget and gets Trey Hendrickson. I'm excited. Tomorrow is going to be the day. So I'm going to be ready around 1 o'clock. Y'all hit those notification bells. If you already haven't, like, share, subscribe. Appreciate you. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.